Chapter 998. Oh, no wonder you're from Yanhuang College. You got the answer so quickly. Please tell me. Lin Wenyuan's eyes lit up, and the smile on his face became even more enthusiastic. Iron Egg smiled confidently and replied, I calculated the answer. It's 23. Is that correct? Lin Hao saw that Iron Egg, who was about the same age as him, could solve such a complicated math problem so quickly without using a pen and paper. He couldn't help but pat the table and say excitedly, Damn, awesome. Hanli, you got the answer so quickly. No wonder you're the legendary old demon Han. You're so strong and you're so smart. In the legends of a mortal's journey to immortality, Hanli was known as Old Devil Han because he was vicious and merciless towards his enemies, held grudges, and had many tricks up his sleeve. He was someone who refused to suffer losses. Iron Egg's face was calm, but Lin Wenyuan's face darkened. He reprimanded, Sit down. Yes, Dad. Lin Hao quickly put away the arrogance and excitement on his face and sat down obediently. Mother Lin glanced at her son and smiled. She thought to herself that there was hope now. Her son might be able to pick up his interest in studying because of Tai Dan. Seeing that his unfilial son was obedient, Lin Wenyuan looked at Iron Egg and praised, You're absolutely correct. I was going to ask someone to prepare a pen and paper for you to calculate, but I didn't expect you to get the answer just by calculating in your head. You're a genius, young master. Iron Egg smiled and said, Master Lin, please ask the next question. Lin Wenyuan looked at Iron Egg with appreciation and continued, Good. Young master, please listen to the second question. Han Xin points out the number of soldiers in a group. There are 2 soldiers in a group of 3, 3 soldiers in a group of 5, and 4 soldiers in a group of 7. Question. How many soldiers are there in this group? This was a famous ancient math problem, borrowed from the story of Han Xion's troops. Since ancient times, it had stumped countless people. Iron Egg repeated the question twice in his mind, and his face turned solemn. The problem was to find a positive number, so that 3 divided the remainder 2, 5 divided the remainder 3, and 7 divided the remainder 4. Moreover, it was hoped that the obtained number would be as small as possible. However, there was a relatively stupid method, which was to experiment and analyze. By constantly inserting data and increasing conditions step by step, the answer could be deduced. For example, let's start with the condition that the remainder is 2 by 3. The number that satisfies this condition is 3n plus 2, where n is a non-negative integer. In order to make 3n plus 2 satisfy the condition of dividing by 5 and leaving 3, we can substitute n with 1, 2, 3, respectively. When n equals 2, 3n plus 2 is equal to 8, and 8 divided by 5 leaves 3. It can be seen that 8 satisfies the 2 conditions of dividing by 3 and dividing by 5. The last condition was to divide 4 by 7. 8 does not meet this condition. We have to get a number based on 8 that satisfies all 3 conditions. So on and so forth, we will eventually find the correct answer. However, the disadvantage of this method was obvious, which was that it wasted a lot of time. Come, prepare the ink, paper, and inkstone for young Master Han. Lin Wenyuan saw that Iron Egg was frowning and did not speak, so he ordered the servants to get the ink and paper. Iron Egg said at this moment, No need, Master Lin. I have already found the correct answer. Lin Wenyuan finally could not sit still. He stood up and exclaimed, What? You already have the answer? Iron Egg stood with his hands behind his back. After practicing Tai Chi for a few months, he stood tall and straight, and his temperament was outstanding. He was completely different from the young boy who only knew how to play mud with his peers. At this moment, he was like a peerless master who had personally come to the battlefield. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he was detached from the world. Yes, according to my calculations, there are at least 53 soldiers in this group. Master Lin, is my answer correct? Iron Egg slowly said the answer to everyone's expectations. Lin Wenyuan's breath was a little short. He said in disbelief, "How is that possible? How can you calculate the answer in such a short time? Little Langjun, tell this old man the truth. Have you ever solved this problem in private before?" Iron Egg shook his head and said, "No." "How is that possible? Young master, can you tell me how you solve the problem?" Iron Egg did not refuse Lin Wenyuan's request. He organized his words and said, "I have thought of a simple solution, but I don't know if it is correct or not. First, 3 times 5 times 7 equals 105. 70 is a multiple of 5 and 7, and dividing 3 by 1 is the remainder. 21 is a multiple of 3 and 7, and dividing 5 by 1 is the remainder. 15 is a multiple of 3 and 5, and dividing 7 by 1 is the remainder. 70 times 2 is a multiple of 5 and 7, and dividing 3 by 2 is the remainder. 21 times 3 is a multiple of 3 and 7, and dividing 5 by 3 is the remainder. 15 times 4 is a multiple of 3 and 5, and dividing 7 by 4 is the remainder. 70 times 2 plus 21 times 3 plus 15 times 4 is equal to 263 is equal to 2 times 105 plus 53. 53 divided by 3 is the remainder. 53 divided by 5 is the remainder. 53 divided by 7 is the remainder. 53 divided by 7 is the remainder. Therefore, there are at least 53 soldiers. Damn, damn, damn. Old Demon Han is awesome. Although Iron Egg did not explain in detail, and although Lin Hao did not know anything about mathematics, it did not stop him from cheering for Iron Egg, because Iron Egg was so cool when he spoke so confidently just now. Lin Wenyuan did not reprimand his son this time, because he was not calm either. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Wenyuan could not help but applaud. He had inherited his father's business from a young age, and was very sensitive to numbers. Although he was not proficient in mathematics, he knew a thing or two. Although he did not fully understand Iron Egg's explanation, it did not stop him from applauding Iron Egg's innovative way of solving the problem. Black cat, white cat, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. Facts had proven that Iron Egg's method was faster and more accurate. That was enough. Brother Han, you are a genius. This old man admires you. Previously, there were many people who had come to participate in the selection who had failed at this second question. Who would have thought that little Brother Han would come and find another way to solve this question in less than a quarter of an hour? Since ancient times, heroes have been born from the young. Today, this old man has broadened my horizons. There is no need for the third question. Brother Han, you have passed. I wonder if you are willing to be my son's tutor. This old man is willing to pay you 20 strings of coins a month. You don't have to come every day. According to the school calendar of Yanhuang College, you just have to come every holiday. To be honest, my son, Lin Hao, is planning to take part in the entrance exam of Yanhuang College next year. As everyone knows, Yanhuang College emphasizes mathematics. If my son can be admitted into Yanhuang College under Brother Han's guidance, this old man is willing to pay you 200 strings of coins in one go as thanks. I wonder if Brother Han is willing? Unknowingly, Lin Wenyuan's attitude towards Iron Egg had become much more respectful. He cupped his hands and said sincerely to Iron Egg, Chapter 9, 99. No, Old Master Lin, your offer is too generous. I can't accept it. Lin Wenyuan, Mother Lin, and Lin Hao all stared at Iron Egg, but Iron Egg shook his head after some thought. Lin Wenyuan and Mother Lin looked at each other, and then Lin Wenyuan said with a smile, Little Brother Han, you don't have to be modest. With your knowledge, this salary isn't high at all. even if I don't offer you this price, I'm afraid that other people with foresight will offer you the same price. So, I hope you won't reject it. Yes, yes, yes. This money is peanuts to my father. Old Demon Han, don't save money for my father. Spend it as much as you can. Lin Hao did not mind that things were getting out of hand and interrupted. The main thing was that Iron Egg was many times better than those old scholars in their 70s and 80s who only knew how to read. Moreover, although Iron Egg was young, his ability was not small at all. It was even easier to talk to people of the same age. Maybe he could be as awesome as Iron Egg when the time came. You child, what nonsense are you talking about? Mother Lin scolded Lin Hao angrily. Then she smiled gently and said, Little brother Han, Little Hao has been spoiled since he was young. He's a little naughty and mischievous. I hope you don't mind, but he's not a bad person. Don't worry. Iron Egg hurriedly said, Auntie Lin, you're too serious. Young Master Lin is honest and straightforward. I don't mind at all. Lin Hao was amused. He smiled and said, Hee hee, honest and straightforward. Old Demon Han, are you implying that I'm stupid? Iron Egg's mouth twitched a few times. He shook his head and said, Young Master Lin, I didn't mean that. Lin Hao acted as if he didn't hear Bruiser's words and continued to speak. Hey, this young master is just too lazy to delve into the bullshit ways of the world. The human heart is complicated. How can it be as carefree as reading novels at home? After saying that, Lin Hao, who had always been cynical, actually showed a trace of loneliness on his face. Iron Egg's heart skipped a beat. He cupped his hands towards Lin Wenyuan and said, Master Lin, I am willing to accept this position. As for the salary, it is up to you to decide. Lin Wenyuan laughed loudly and said repeatedly, Good, good, good. Steward, go and inform the candidates outside the prefectural magistrate that they don't need to line up. I've already found a suitable candidate. Give each of them a gift as my apology. Yes, Master. The middle-aged man who brought the Iron Egg and bowed and replied, Ha ha, today should be Yanhuang College's weekend. Han Xiao, why don't you start teaching my son today? Lin Wenyuan chuckled. Han Xiao, today, the way Lin Wenyuan addressed Iron Egg changed again and again, becoming more and more respectful. However, Iron Egg still frowned and said awkwardly, This, Master Lin, I didn't prepare any teaching materials when I came. Why don't I teach young Master Lin another day? Lin Wenyuan waved his hand and said, No need, no need. The Lin Mansion already has the new mathematics teaching materials compiled by the Marquis of Yong. And Han Xiao can start teaching now. Since the conversation had already reached this point, Iron Egg couldn't refuse anymore. He could only secretly praise Lin Wenyuan for being so well prepared. Then he nodded and agreed. That's good. I will start teaching young Master Lin today. Ha ha, good. Little Hao, from now on, learn well from Han Xiao. If you don't work hard, I will skin you alive. Lin Wenyuan fiercely glared at Lin Hao and sternly warned him. He couldn't be blamed for worrying. This son of his was really too infuriating. He had already angered 3 or 4 teachers. Oh, I will definitely work hard, Lin Hao replied gloomily. Then he brought Iron Egg back to his own courtyard and began studying. Old Demon Han, Mr. Han, can I ask you a question? In the backyard of the Lin Mansion, Lin Hao suddenly asked Iron Egg after reading a few pages in Lin Hao's study. Young Master Lin, we are about the same age. You don't have to call me Mister. Just call me by my name. Iron Egg hurriedly waved his hand and said with a look of surprise. At this moment, he had somewhat revealed his true colors. The expert demeanor he had in front of Lin Wenyuan and Mother Lin had completely disappeared. In fact, the calmness he had in front of Lin Wenyuan was all an act. To be exact, he was imitating his master Li Zixuan. Otherwise, how could he have intimidated the knowledgeable Lin Wenyuan in the front courtyard? The reason why he had instantly agreed to Lin Wenyuan and Mrs. Lin's request was mainly because he had seen Lin Hao's honest and straightforward side. He understood that there was no need to hide anything when dealing with such a person, and he would definitely not be at a disadvantage. But I might as well call you Old Demon Han. Instead of Han Li, how about I call you that from now on? The honest and cute fat otaku would not struggle with the issue of how to address him for too long. Lin Hao scratched his head and directly wanted to change Iron Egg's name. Iron Egg's little face darkened. He said unhappily, "No, you can call me Iron Egg. That's what all my friends call me." Iron Egg, could it be that you're... Oh. Impressive. Hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes widened. After he glanced at Iron Egg's crotch, his expression suddenly became incomparably wretched, and his face revealed a despicable smile. Scram! Iron Egg wished he could kick this damn fatty back into his mother's womb. He had met many despicable people, but he had never met such a despicable person. Ha, just kidding. Iron Egg, don't mind it. Actually, I still think that the name Old Demon Han is more domineering. Do you want to consider it? Lin Hao laughed heartily. He truly felt that Iron Egg was a very interesting person. He was not like those rigid, smelly, and stubborn teachers that his father had hired for him. Iron Egg shook his head without thinking and said, "No need to consider it. Lin Hao, didn't you say that you have a question for me? If you want to ask, just ask. Cut the crap." Since his nature had been exposed, Iron Egg did not intend to call Lin Hao Young Master Lin anymore. Instead, he unceremoniously called him by his name. Hee. Lin Hao laughed embarrassedly. Then he moved closer and asked carefully, "Iron Egg, do you know Leather Knight?" "Leather Knight? Who is that?" Iron Egg heard this and subconsciously felt that the name was very familiar. However, he suddenly could not remember who that person was, so he asked, "The person who wrote A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Haven't you heard of Iron Egg?" Lin Hao said anxiously and excitedly, "I've heard of him, but I don't know him." Iron Egg was frantically covering for Li Zixuan. Of course, the truth was not like this. In fact, he had helped Li Zixuan write a novel by hand. However, Li Zixuan's identity as a novel writer could not be known by outsiders. Otherwise, he would be accused of not doing his job properly. TSK, Iron Egg, if you had nothing to do with Leather Knight, would Leather Knight let you be the main character in the novel? Who are you trying to fool? You two must know each other. Chapter 1000. Night. Lin Residence West Courtyard Study. Old Master, I found it. There is indeed a Han Li in Yanhuang College. The butler excitedly pushed open the door and said to Lin Wenyuan, "Oh, tell me quickly, what is his family background and character like?" Lin Wenyuan turned around and hurriedly asked. Iron Egg's knowledge and ability naturally went without saying. However, Lin Wenyuan was still a little worried about Iron Egg's character, so he asked the butler to find someone to investigate. Although the old man often scolded his son, he had always shielded Lin Hao from the wind and rain behind his back. Perhaps this was fatherly love. Old Master, it's hard to say about the others, but this Han Li, you can rest assured. There is absolutely no problem with him. The butler chuckled. Lin Wenyuan frowned. Nothing is absolute. Butler, why do you have so much confidence in this Han Li? The subtext is that you are not related to that brat. So why are you speaking up for him? Could it be that you have received some benefits? The butler did not dare to keep him in suspense, and hurriedly said the truth. Old master, this Han Li has another name, Iron Egg. Moreover, other than being a student of Yanhuang College, he has two other identities. One is the disciple of the Marquis of Yong, and the other is the Marquis of Yong and's brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, referring to the wife's younger brother. What? Lin Wenyuan's expression suddenly changed, and then became ecstatic. He said in disbelief, there is actually such a coincidence. Because of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, Lin Wenyuan had specially gathered a lot of information about Li Zixuan. He knew that Li Zixuan had a disciple called Iron Egg, but he did not know that Iron Egg's real name was Han Li. Actually, he could not be blamed, because usually people called Iron Egg, and very few people knew Iron Egg's real name. It was normal that he did not know that Han Li was Iron Egg. Kiki, when this old servant heard this news, I was also shocked. Han Li's mathematics results, whether it was in the Imperial College or Yanhuang College, have always been among the best. With his help, what is there to worry about young master's mathematics results? Young master is really lucky this time. The butler's eyebrows were knitted together as he spoke to Lin Wenyuan. Lin Wenyuan's face was flushed red, and it was obvious that he was very happy. After a pause, he said in a low voice, pass down the order. In the future, when Han Xiao comes to our residence, no one is to be negligent. Give him whatever he wants. His orders are my orders. If there is anyone who is disrespectful to Han Xiao, you don't have to explain to me. Just chase them out of the Lin family. You understand? The butler's heart trembled, and he cupped his hands respectfully. This old servant understands. Lin Wenyuan nodded. He put his hands behind his back and paced in front of the desk. He said, pass down the order to the accounts office. Give Han Xiao a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins. The butler was shocked. He hesitated for a moment and said, Old master, this old servant doesn't think Han Xiao is a greedy person. We previously agreed on a monthly salary of 20 strings of coins. If we suddenly increase it to 50 strings of coins, I don't think he will accept it. Lin Wenyuan frowned. He also felt that the old butler's words made sense. After thinking for a moment, he said, let the accounts office think of a way. If Han Xiao accepts it, this old man will reward him handsomely. If he doesn't, then forget it. But there is one thing. No matter what, you must not provoke him into disgust. The butler was speechless. Who would rack their brains to give money to someone like this? The world was really big, and there were all kinds of strange things. Yes, old master. The next day, Monday, the cold wind blew. Although there was no rain or snow, the wind in this season was like a knife on one's face. F***CK. The weather is getting colder and colder. I really want to stay in bed forever. Outside the entrance of Yanhuang College, Li Tai walked in while rubbing his hands and cursing. At this time, he could not help but touch his stomach. That's right, he was starting to miss the fat on his body. After all, fat could keep out the cold. The old him was not so afraid of the cold. Hee, Chinke, you can come to school with a blanket. Chumo said mischievously. F***CK off. Li Tai kicked Chumo, but the latter easily dodged. Then he said unhappily, Chonyo, have you written your self-reflection? Speaking of which, if it were not for Chumo's instigation on Friday, they might not have gone to a small shop to drink. Naturally, they would not have been punished by Li Zixuan to write a self-reflection. Of course I wrote it. Then hurry up and let me take a look at yours. Why? If you want to take a look, go look at yours. Chumo said with an unnatural expression. F***CK. Why? You tell me why? If it were not for your instigation on Friday, would I have gone drinking with you? Now I'm being punished to write a self-reflection. It's all your fault. When little Fatty heard this, he immediately exploded. Chumo pulled Sun Ziffin over and said, "Ha! I wasn't the only one who said I wanted to drink. Didn't Sun Ziffin say it too? How is it only my fault?" Sun Ziffin, who was implicated even when he was not doing anything, almost vomited blood. He said gloomily, "F***ck. Chonyo, you're so mean. The two of you were having a good conversation. Why did you suddenly drag me into it?" All right. I'm too lazy to argue with the two of you. Let's go quickly. We'll be late." Li Tai waved his hand in annoyance and then led the way into the academy. F***ck. Quick, look, what's that? After entering the academy, Sun Ziffin suddenly exclaimed and pointed in front of him. F***ck. Could it be? Chung Chumo's face darkened, as if he thought of something terrifying. The monthly test results. The monthly test results should be out. I didn't expect the teachers of the academy to be so efficient. In just 2 days, not only did they finish marking the papers, they even tabulated the results. Let's go and take a look. Li Tai looked at the huge red list in front of him, and there were many students around it. He could already guess what was written on the list. However, he had thought that it would take at least 3 or 4 days for the test results to come out on Friday. He did not expect that the results would come out after only 2 days. The efficiency of the teachers in the academy was really beyond his expectation. If you want to go, you go. You're going to see if you got first place. What can I do if I go? Chung Chumo waved his hand listlessly and complained. Hey, Chonyo, you can go and see if you got last place. Ha ha ha. Li Tai smiled and said sarcastically to Chung Chumo, F***ck. Chinke, are you asking for a beating? Chung Chumo was furious and threw a punch at Li Tai's chest. Chapter 1001. In the afternoon, all the students received a notice and gathered at the field. That was because Li Zishuan was holding a commendation ceremony for the monthly exam. The monthly exam is over. Are you satisfied with your results? There was no flowery opening speech, nor was there a prepared speech. Li Zishuan went straight to the point, as if he was chatting about daily life. He didn't like the formalism of his previous life. Not satisfied. Not bad. Li Zishuan's impression in the hearts of the students was still relatively amiable, so as soon as his voice fell, the students below immediately gave different answers. If it had been someone else asking, perhaps there would have been very few students who would have answered. Among the answers, most of them were dissatisfied. Only a few students said that they were satisfied. Li Zishuan pressed his hand down, and the students immediately quieted down. He smiled and said, it doesn't matter if you're satisfied or not. It doesn't change the fact that the first monthly exam is over. As a Yamacho of Yanhuang College, I want to tell you today that there's no turning back in life. Yesterday was just a passing scenery. Let bygones be bygones. What you need to do is to work hard to make today a sunny day and tomorrow's hope a reality. No one is born worse than others. If you can't beat others now, it only means that you're not working hard enough. As long as you're willing to work hard, the first place in this monthly exam may be trampled under your feet next time. Do you still have confidence? Yes. Although Li Zishuan's words were not comforting, if one listened carefully, it seemed to contain some kind of magical power. It filled one's body with strength, and some even had goosebumps. Perhaps this was the power of chicken soup for the soul. Therefore, after he finished speaking, more than 600 students immediately roared in unison. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and pretended to be disdainful. He said, Sorry, I don't feel your confidence at all, with such soft voices. Tell me loudly, do you still have confidence? Yes. 600 people roared in unison. Their voices were more than twice as loud as before. Instantly, the sound waves shook the heavens. Below the rostrum, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others couldn't help but nod secretly when they saw this scene. In the morning class, they found that many students were listless and listless. They understood that many students were not in the mood because they didn't do well in the monthly test. In private, they had also discussed possible solutions, but they did not expect Li Zishuan to stir up the fighting spirit of the students with just a few words. With this kind of ability and this kind of grand prestige in the hearts of the students, they couldn't even be envious. Good. Next up was the monthly tests award ceremony. Students, please give a round of applause. Let's welcome Mr. Li Gang to present the prizes to the top 10 students. Seeing this, Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction. Smack, smack, smack. Li Gang slowly walked up to the rostrum. The students below the stage cooperated very well and gave a warm round of applause. Looking at the young but vigorous faces below, Li Gang felt as if he had become several decades younger. At this moment, he took a piece of paper from Li Zishuan and began to read. The first place of this monthly test is Jia, Giant of Year 1 Class 2. He is rewarded with a football and 50 strings of copper coins. Second place is Li Tai of Year 1 Class 1. He is rewarded with a football and 30 strings of copper coins. Third place is Meng Wenhao of Year 1 Class 1. He is rewarded with a football and 10 strings of copper coins. Fourth place is Li Yen of Year 1 Class 2. He is rewarded with 70 strings of copper coins. Ninth place is Zhong Jinxing of Year 1 Class 12. He is rewarded with 20 strings of copper coins. 10th place is Di Jishuan of Year 1 Class 2. He is rewarded with 10 strings of copper coins. Let's invite the students I just read to come up to the stage to receive their prizes. Li Gang was already 80 years old this year. He was not as young and strong as Li Zishuan. Moreover, he did not practice martial arts, so his voice could not reach every corner below the stage. However, the impact was not great. This was because every sentence he said, Mo Zhong would help him pass on a sentence. With this human-shaped microphone, there was no one who could not hear what Li Gang said. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 students quickly walked out from the group of students. The rest of the people immediately cast envious and jealous gazes at them. This was because the Academy's rewards were really too generous, especially those children from poor families. At this moment, they finally understood that exams could really make one's family rich. Moreover, the results were too fast. It only took a month. After the 10 lucky students went up to the stage, Li Gang one by one gave out the prizes that were prepared on the rostrum to each student. Then, Li Gang said a few words of encouragement to all the students. Then, he handed the stage back to Li Zishuan and went down alone. TSK. The highest reward is 150 strings of copper coins. The lowest reward is 10 strings of copper coins. Are you jealous? The top 3 students were also rewarded with a football in addition to copper coins. The current market price of a football is 100 strings of copper coins. Therefore, the person who received the highest reward would receive 150 strings of copper coins. Li Zishuan said in a strange tone. The students who did not receive any prizes all vomited blood. How could he be so heart-wrenching? Previously, I told you that there is no turning back in life. Now, I have another sentence to say to you. Knowledge can change your destiny. Knowledge can really change your destiny. Especially for those students whose family background is not very good, you have to work harder to learn. Only when you have completed your studies will you be able to let your parents and siblings live a good life, Li Zishuan said with an extremely serious expression. Hearing that, many students in the audience lowered their heads and fell into deep thought. Clap, clap. After a while, Li Zishuan clapped his hands and said, "All right, this month's award ceremony is all over. I have said what I needed to say. You are on your own now. Next up is the Yanhuang College Professor Award Ceremony. Mo Lingwei, come up." The students were stunned, and many of the teachers were shocked as well. The students at the back immediately stood on their tiptoes or tilted their necks and looked forward. They wanted to see who would go up. Wow, so beautiful! They saw a stunningly beautiful woman in a pink dress. Her dignified appearance revealed an indescribable seductive feeling. Her hair was tied up in an extremely delicate bun. The pink dress made the woman's skin reveal a faint pink color. She was extremely beautiful. Her phoenix eyes were glittering and could capture souls and shake people's minds. Her lips were like cherry blossoms, but they could cause endless fanciful thoughts. Most of the students were in puberty. When they saw such a stunning beauty, many of them exclaimed. Li Zishuan, who was standing on the rostrum, had a dark expression on his face. This was because Mo Lingwei had obviously dressed up in advance. He said in his heart, "Big sister, this is the Academy Professor Award ceremony. It is very solemn and serious, okay? You dressed up like this. Are you here for a blind date?" Chapter 1002. Oh, who is this woman? Why did Yamacho ask her to go up? Didn't Yamacho say that they were going to hold a professor appointment ceremony? Could this woman be a professor at our academy in the future? How is that possible? A professor position is so honorable. Only Mr. Li Gang and the head of the mountain are professors in our academy. What does this woman do to deserve the position of professor? Gulp. But this lady is too beautiful. Since when did our academy have a female teacher? I just don't know which class this woman teaches. I have to go and listen. Mo Lingwei, who was dressed up, caused a huge commotion among the students. The average age of this batch of students was about 13 years old. 13 years old was the age when hormones were secreted. Usually, the academy was full of men. It was hard not to be excited when they suddenly saw a beauty. Of course, the students thought of the professor appointment ceremony that Li Zishuan had just mentioned and exclaimed in disbelief, "How could a woman be a professor at the academy? When did a professor at Yanhuang College become so worthless?" F***CK. Isn't this Mo Lingwei? Is she going to become a professor at the academy? In class 1, Li Tai widened his eyes and said in shock. Others had not seen Mo Lingwei before, but how could he not? Not only had he seen her before, but he also knew that Mo Lingwei was from the Mo family. Ha ha. Shinke, listen to the voices around you. I really want to see the expression on Shouning's face now, Chung Chumo said with a naughty smile. Ha ha. What other expression can he have? His nose is probably crooked from anger. Yen Shouning's expression was unknown, but Mo Y's old face was as black as the bottom of a pot. When Wang Ji saw this, he joked, "Hey, old Mo, your Ling Wei's title is now higher than yours. As her father, you have to work hard." Ha ha. TSK, TSK. It's said that daughters follow their fathers. I didn't expect old Mo to have such a beautiful daughter. The curly-bearded guest said in a strange tone. He and Mo Zhong were the top fighters in the academy, so it was not a big deal for them to get to know each other better. My daughter is insensible. Please don't make fun of her. When this old man returns, I will definitely discipline him strictly. Mo Zhong wasn't in a good mood. so he didn't say much. After a few perfunctory words, he turned around and left with a dark face. Although Li Zixuan had already discussed the matter of Mo Lingwei joining Yanhuang College, he was very dissatisfied with his daughter's attire on such a solemn occasion. Pa pa pa! Seeing Mo Lingwei step onto the rostrum, the students below the stage spontaneously applauded. The applause seemed to be much louder than before. What a bunch of little brats who forget their friends for the sake of lust. Li Zixuan grumbled in his heart. Ahem, Ink Girl, it's such a cold day, and you're still wearing such thin clothes. Aren't you cold? After complaining about the students below the stage, Li Zixuan looked at Mo Lingwei, who was wearing a pink dress in front of him. His expression didn't change as he spoke to Mo Lingwei in an extremely low voice. He only knew that there were many girls in the modern world who didn't care about the temperature in winter. He didn't expect that there would be such girls in ancient times. Yamacho, this is a woman's matter. You don't understand. Besides, you can't call me Ink Girl anymore. You should call me Professor Mo. Mo Lingwei raised her chin and said with a little bit of pride. Li Zixuan was instantly speechless. He hadn't even started to give her the title of professor, and this girl was already putting on airs. When she became an official professor, wouldn't this girl's tail be raised to the sky? Ahem. After coughing twice, Li Zixuan ignored Mo Lingwei. He turned around and said to the students below the stage, "Many of you might be wondering if I made a mistake. Why did I invite a woman up here? Some of you might be wondering how a woman can be a professor of the academy. Ha ha! I can tell you clearly that I didn't make a mistake. Ink Girl is definitely worthy of being a professor of the academy. Many of you might not know her, but you all know the astronomical telescope in the atrium of Guanghua Building, right?" Buzz. After hearing Li Zixuan's words, the students below the stage began to whisper among themselves. Most of them had used an astronomical telescope before. Astronomical telescope. This girl can't be related to the astronomical telescope, right? Oh my God, it can't be, right? I thought that the astronomical telescope was made by Yamacho. If the astronomical telescope is really related to this girl, then it makes sense for her to be a professor. Then this girl is too amazing. Ahem. Quiet down. After allowing the students to talk for a while, Li Zixuan pressed his hands down and signaled for them to be quiet. Then he continued, "You guessed right. The astronomical telescope in Guanghua Building was built by Ink Girl. Yanhuang College is a place to educate, broaden the knowledge of the people, and promote engineering. Here, as long as you are talented and capable, you will be put to good use. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to flatter or be tactful. Here, we only talk about talent, and Yanhuang College is only about talent." Ink Girl used her talent and knowledge to do hundreds of experiments in the workshop over the past few months. Finally, she created this peerless divine tool for the Tang Empire. The astronomical telescope has broken through the limits of ordinary people's vision, and even mortals can observe the stars in the sky. Tell me, is she worthy of being a professor? She is. She is. She is. This time, it wasn't just the students who were in their puberty. Even the teachers of the academy were shouting together. Because of Li Zixuan's speech, the future of the Yanhuang Academy's talent promotion policy had been completely set. Only talent, no flattery, no worldly wisdom, and no flattery. Yanhuang College was truly a pure academic holy land. Hearing the hundreds of people cheering for her, Mo Lingwei couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Thinking back to the hard work she had done in the past few months, she really wanted to say that she didn't regret it. She had fallen in love with this college, because this college was different, unparalleled in the world. Good. Then Li Zixuan, in the name of Yanhuang College's Yamacho, officially invite Mo Lingwei to be a special professor of Yanhuang College. In the future, she will be in charge of Yanhuang College's experiments, but not in charge of teaching. I hope that she will continue to work hard and bring glory to Yanhuang College. Li Zixuan straightened his clothes and took a dark golden fish talisman from Mo Zhong's hand. His expression was incomparably solemn, and every word was sonorous and powerful, like an eternal oath. His voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone present. After he finished speaking, he handed the fish talisman to Mo Lingwei with both hands. Infected by this solemn atmosphere, Mo Lingwei's expression also became solemn. She took the fish talisman with both hands, then turned around and held it in front of her. Looking at the students, she said, Mo Lingwei accepts the order. Born as a person of Yanhuang, dead as a soul of Yanhuang. Heaven above, the thick earth is the witness. Chapter 1003. Mo Lingwei's delicate hair bun had been blown away by the cold wind. Her hair danced in the wind, but her body was like a pine tree. She stood upright on the rostrum, motionless. Perhaps she had only come to Yanhuang College for fun in the beginning, but now she felt as if she had been given a mission. Here was a group of people with dreams. They were cute and real. She liked it here. She now somewhat understood why Li Zixuan's family was so rich, why he didn't do his job even though he was in a high position, and why he liked to come to the academy to cause trouble, because some things were more precious than money and fame. Born as a citizen of Yanhuang, dead as a spirit of Yanhuang. Born as a citizen of Yanhuang, dead as a spirit of Yanhuang. When they heard Li Zixuan say that Mo Lingwei would only be in charge of the Yanhuang College's experiments and would not participate in the teaching, the students were disappointed. But perhaps emotions were contagious, or perhaps Mo Lingwei's words resonated with the students. At this moment, the students all unanimously cheered for Mo Lingwei's powerful and sonorous vow. After a full quarter of an hour, the cheering stopped. Mo Lingwei bowed, and then walked down the rostrum. Everyone thought that today's assembly would be over and that they would return to their classes and find their respective teachers. But who knew that Li Zixuan was going to stir up trouble again? Chingchumo, come up. Li Zixuan looked at the students of Class 1 and said expressionlessly. Everyone was stunned and did not understand. Why did Yamacho suddenly call for Chingchumo? Could it be that they want to appoint Chingchumo as a professor of the Yanhuang College? Some students guessed with uncertainty when they thought of Mo Lingwei, but as soon as this was said, it was immediately refuted. *T. How is that possible? I saw it this morning. Chingchumo's monthly test results are in the 400s. He's even lower than me. If he can be a professor, then the rest of us can too. Yeah, I'm in the 200s this time. There were different opinions. The students of Class 1 all looked at Chingchumo. Chingchumo, who always liked to be in the limelight, was now like an ostrich, lowering his head and counting ants on the grass. It was as if he did not hear Li Zixuan calling for him. *CK, ugly ox. Yamacho is calling for you. Why aren't you going? Maybe you'll be a professor too. Sun Zifen was standing to the left of Chingchumo. Seeing this, he could not help but touch Chingchumo's arm and whispered, *T. Whoever wants to go, go. I'm not going. It's not something good. Chingchumo shook off Sun Zifen's hand and said angrily, Ugly ox, how can you? Did you do something wrong? And we don't know about it? Li Tai asked, curiously. Chingchumo, come up. Do you want me to go down and invite you up? Just as Chingchumo was about to argue, Li Zixuan's voice came from above. Ching Chumo had no choice but to walk up to the rostrum. He walked unwillingly and dragged his feet. It was as if something terrible was waiting for him. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Chung Chumo slowly ascended the rostrum. Lisa Schwan did not wait for him to ask, but handed him a piece of paper with some words written on it. Read it, as long as you can finish reading it. I'll let bygones be bygones. Chung Chumo was dumbfounded. The students looked at each other. They did not know why Lisa Schwan had spent so much effort to invite Chung Chumo up. Li Tai, Sun Zifen, and Yuchi Bao Lin looked at each other. Li Tai said uncertainly, "What's that?" "Bao Lin, you can see very far. Help me take a look." "Okay." Yuchi Bao Lin responded and looked at the paper. After a while, he replied, "Chinke, that seems to be the self-reflection letter that we handed to Yamacho this morning. It should be Brother Cho Nyos. I remember that he only wrote half of it." Self-reflection letter? Li Tai was stunned. Then he said happily, "Hee. Chumo was unwilling to show it to me this morning. Now, it seems that Yamacho wants him to read it to us. Ha ha. Yamacho, don't. I'll just write another one." On the stage, Chung Chumo lowered his voice and said to Lisa Schwan. However, Lisa Schwan did not buy it. He said seriously, "Now you know that you're just doing it half-heartedly? What were you doing earlier? Read it quickly. Don't waste everyone's time." After hearing Lisa Schwan's words, Chung Chumo knew that there was no room for discussion. He said gloomily, "Fine. Then you have to keep your word. As long as I read it, I'll let bygones be bygones. I won't have to do any self-reflection in the future." "Okay, of course." Lisa Schwan nodded. Chung Chumo took 2 deep breaths. Then he took the self-reflection letter that he had written earlier and looked at the students in the audience. He began to read. Due to the sudden change in the weather recently, the wind and clouds are constantly changing. It's really unpredictable. Originally, my mood and body were fine, but due to the cold wind, boom. Such a weird and uncultured opening immediately attracted the attention of all the students. The students in the audience could not help but whisper among themselves. Li Tai burst out laughing. Uffed. F***CK. No wonder Cho Nyo was unwilling to show me his self-reflection letter. It's so vulgar. Chung Chumo's face turned red. Yes, even someone as thick-skinned as him would feel embarrassed. However, he had already read it. There was no reason to back down. If he backed down, he would have to write another self-reflection letter. How troublesome would that be? He might as well read it all at once. Anyway, he had already embarrassed himself. What was there to be afraid of? Due to the cold wind, I wanted to drink. In a moment of confusion, I committed a heinous crime. At the wrong time, at the wrong place, I did a wrong thing, which was to gather people to drink in the academy. At this point, the students finally realized that Chung Chumo had committed a crime. Now, I have deeply realized my mistake. Classmate on the left, I'm sorry. Classmate in the middle, I was wrong. Classmate on the right, can you forgive me? I believe that you can forgive me. Yes, thank you. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. At the beginning, Chung Chumo felt a little embarrassed to read it in front of so many people. However, as he read it, he became more and more fluent. He finished reading the remaining 100 words in one breath. However, the students in the audience were laughing so hard that their stomachs were about to burst. Uffed. Ha. Is Chung Chumo writing a self-reflection letter? This is too funny. How can there be such a self-reflection letter? Drinking is just drinking. How can it be related to the weather? It seems like it's really related. Ha. Chapter 1004. In the future, No student is allowed to drink alcohol in the academy. I don't care if it's outside the academy, but it's absolutely forbidden inside the academy. Violators will be publicly criticized throughout the academy. I hope everyone will remember this. In Yanhuang College, after Chung Chumo finished reading the self-reflection letter, he immediately slipped away. Li Zishuan stood with his hands behind his back and spoke to the hundreds of students below the stage. In ancient times, famous scholars generally liked to drink, as if not drinking could not reflect their heroic spirit and literary talent. For example, Li Bai and Du Fu. However, everything depended on the specific situation. Firstly, the Yanhuang College students were still relatively young. In his previous life, most of them had just entered junior high school. Secondly, with the popularity of the Drunken Immortal and the Land of Warmth, the alcohol culture of the Tang Dynasty had undergone a great change. More and more people liked to drink strong alcohol, like the Drunken Immortal. Li Bai was known as the Immortal of Wine that would not get drunk after 1,000 cups, but that was because he had never encountered the Drunken Immortal. The students were still in their puberty period. Drinking too much of this type of alcohol would only harm their bodies and not do them any good. Furthermore, the academy was a sacred place for learning. In modern times, no school encouraged students to drink alcohol on campus. The students' hearts tightened. Even Chung Chumo, who was close to Li Zishuan, was punished for drinking. It seemed that Li Zishuan was serious. They all secretly thought that they could not drink in the academy in the future. All right, dismissed. Students from each class, please leave in an orderly manner. After saying all that needed to be said, Li Zishuan announced the end of the meeting. The 600 students from the 16 classes left the field in an orderly manner. Yamacho, have you seen my father? After leaving the rostrum, Mo Lingwei walked over and asked. Li Zishuan had a strange expression and replied, I just saw Mr. Mo leave early. I think he should be in the teaching building now. However, I suggest that Ink Girl look for Mr. Mo later if there's nothing urgent. Mo Lingwei was not stupid. She rolled her eyes and wrinkled her nose. Oh, Yamacho has a point. Then I'll go back and change first. I'm freezing to death. After saying that, the girl waved at Li Zishuan. Then she hugged her shoulders, curled up into a ball from the cold, and quickly walked out of the field. Li Zishuan was speechless. Women were indeed creatures that were hard to understand. Volume 11, The Descent of a True Immortal, Chapter 2446, Ascending to the Immortal Realm. Taoist Xian nodded in response. This is merely an unfulfilled wish of my former master, and he'll only be able to fulfill it after you ascend, Taoist Xie replied. At this moment, the 5-colored cloud in the sky grew larger and larger, and an indescribably heavy aura emanated from it. In the south of Chong, and in the reclining lane, Lin Mansion. On this day, Lin Hao was lying in the courtyard, basking in the sun while enjoying the massage from the maidservants. At the same time, he was also listening to the maidservants reading him the latest issue of A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. After an unknown period of time, Hanli slowly opened his eyes in a cool breeze, and the face of a handsome young man appeared in front of him. The man smiled at him, revealing a set of white teeth. My name is Gao Sheng, and I welcome you to the Northern Frost Immortal Realm. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed as he was enjoying the grotesque and variegated world of cultivation. Suddenly, he heard the servant girl say the words complete, and he couldn't help but be startled. After a long while, he muttered with a complicated expression, "It's finished!" He was introverted by nature and did not like to interact with others. Before this year, his biggest dream was to stay at home. However, there was only one form of entertainment at home, and it was inevitable that he would feel bored if he stayed at home for too long. However, the most he would do was go fishing and boating. He would never go to places with a lot of people. In March and April of this year, Li Zixuan launched Tang Daily. The newspaper recorded new things every day to pass the time. However, it was only to pass the time. It was far from being interesting. What was really interesting was the Dahua Jianghu section at the back of Tang Daily. At first, this section only had a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. However, this novel alone was enough to support the entire section. The huge world structure and the magnificent scenes attracted Lin Hao almost from the beginning. Perhaps it was because he had never read this type of novel before, but he could not deny the greatness of a mortal. Other than cultivation, fighting monsters, and leveling up, Immortal was also a novel that went straight to the heart. Immortal, immortal, immortal. From the beginning to the end, he never forgot his own pursuit. For people who pursued immortality, feelings were nothing. Everything was natural, and there was no need to force things. There was no ambition to instigate any fights, and there was no need to complain. Silently working hard was the true essence of being immortal. This was very immersive. That's right, Lin Hao only read it for 3 days, and he already thought of himself as the main character of the novel. The most important thing was the terrifying speed at which Immortal was updated. 10, 20 chapters were released a day, and Lin Hao was very satisfied with it. Therefore, from the moment Immortal was released, he started to completely stay at home. At that time, although Immortal was the only novel in the entire Dahua Jianghu section, the number of updates Immortal had completely made up for the lack of novels in this section. Later on, with the popularity of Immortal, it attracted a large number of romantic fans, and the number of novels in the Dahua Jianghu section increased. In the end, this section became an independent book and completely broke away from Tang Daily's news section. Lin Hao was even more enthusiastic about staying at home. Going out was impossible for him. There was food, drinks, and novels at home, so why should he go out? In the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed, and Immortal had actually ended. In Lin Hao's heart, there was suddenly a lot of reluctance. This was a novel that had brought him nearly a year of happiness. Young master, it seems like it's really over. Servant Xiaoqin saw that Lin Hao's expression was a little strange, and said in a mosquito-like voice, "That's it? Then what should I do in the future?" Lin Hao's expression was lonely. He put his hands behind his head and asked the heavens speechlessly. A novel that took more than 8 months, with a total of more than 2,400 chapters, and a total of more than 7 million words, suddenly ended just like that. It was inevitable that he would feel lost. Young master, there are other novels. For example, Zhang Xiaohua's Journey to Immortality. Young master, do you want to listen to it? The servant suggested with a little heartache, "I'm not listening to it. It's too slow. I'll save it for a month before reading it." Lin Hao said disinterestedly, "As the saying goes, there is no harm if there is no comparison." Although there were more than 50 novels in Tang Daily, Dahua Jianghu, that were being updated at the same time, compared to Immortal's speed of more than 10 chapters per day, the rest were really just trash. This made Lin Hao feel very dull. Chapter 1005. Young master, when I went to Shi City to help Madam buy something, I overheard some people talking about something very interesting. Xiao Shi, who was massaging Lin Hao's shoulders, suddenly said with a smile when she saw that her young master was in low spirits, "Oh, tell me about it. How is it interesting?" Lin Hao opened his eyes and asked with great interest. Xiao Shi thought for a moment and then began to act out vividly. Young master, one of the two young men was called Su Liang, and the other was called Wan Hong. When I was buying things, they were bragging. At that time, Su Liang said, "Alas, Brother Wan, I was about to form my gold core a few days ago, but my father took me to see a quack. That quack used medicine to dissolve my gold core, which hadn't yet formed in my body. Now, I've completely become immortal. What a pity." Wan Hong also sighed and said, "Brother Su, my condolences. You're nothing but a few days ago, the young lady next door had the strength of a nascent soul cultivator, but she was beaten to the bottom in one day. Compared to that, she's the one with the greatest misfortune." Hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't lie down anymore. He stood up and asked curiously, "Xiao Shi, are those two immortal cultivators?" "There are actually nascent soul cultivators in Chang and City." As a senior fan of Mortal, he naturally knew the immortal cultivation realm in the book like the back of his hand. So when he heard Xiao Shi mention the words gold core and nascent soul, he became inexplicably excited. Puffed. Unexpectedly, the maidservant Xiao Shi giggled and continued, "That's not it, young master. At that time, I had the same thought as you, but at that time, another young man came and said, 'Hey, Su Liang, I heard that you had stone rain a while ago. How are you now?' In ancient times, all kinds of calculi were called stone showers, different from modern high-tech methods. When ancient people got calculi, if the calculi were not big, they could expel the calculi from the body through three methods: exercise, drinking water, and traditional Chinese medicine. In the courtyard, Lin Hao was stunned for a full 3 to 4 breaths of time before he burst into laughter. Pfft! Ha ha! So this guy got Lin and actually said he was about to form his gold core. What a joke! Ha ha ha! The other 3 servant girls couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. The previously depressing atmosphere in the courtyard immediately lightened up. "Xiao Shi, that guy called Wan Hong. What's going on with the little girl who's about to reach the nascent soul stage?" After laughing for a long time, Lin Hao laughed until his stomach hurt. Only then did he gradually stop laughing. He thought of another person and asked. At this time, he also guessed that the nascent soul stage lady that Wan Hong spoke of was probably just a joke. Xiao Shi said with a smile, "Young master, please listen to Xiao Shi." After Su Liang saw that his secret was exposed, he quickly left with his tail between his legs. Coincidentally, at this time, a couple came out of a nearby medicine shop with a baby in their arms. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Wan Hong, isn't the little girl next to you Master Zhu's wife? I heard that his wife just gave birth to a big fat boy a few days ago. When did his wife become a nascent soul cultivator?" Uffed. Ha ha. Interesting, interesting. It turned out that the young lady was pregnant. Ha ha. This Wan Hong is too funny. He actually said that a pregnant woman is a nascent soul expert. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. I can't laugh anymore. Ha ha. After listening to the maidservant Xiao Shi's words, Lin Hao couldn't help but burst into laughter again. The maidservants also laughed until they were trembling. For a moment, the courtyard was bustling with noise and excitement. After a long time, Lin Hao's face regained its calmness. He got up and rubbed the maidservant Xiao Shi's head. He sighed and said, "Okay, I'm in a much better mood now. Thank you, Xiao Shi. It's good that the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality is over. It's time for me to review my homework." The maidservant Xiao Shi said shyly, "Young master is so hardworking. If master and old madam know, they will definitely be very happy." Ha ha. Lin Hao shook his head and smiled inexplicably. Then he said, "Go take 1,000 strings of cash to the Tang Daily editorial office and reward Leather Knight. Take it as a thank you to him for his The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality for half a year. Ah, 1,000 strings of cash. Young master, if master finds out. Xiaoshi said with her mouth wide open in shock. The rest of the maidservants were also in disbelief. 1,000 strings of cash was enough for a family of 6 to live for several lifetimes. This is all my pocket money. Even if my father finds out, what can he say? Go quickly. Lin Hao rolled his eyes and said, unhappily, as the only son of the Lin family, he had been doted on since he was young. How could he lack money? Yes, young master. In the new workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, in the editorial office of Tang Daily. When Li Zixuan moved the workshop here, in order to facilitate Ma Zhou's teaching activities in Yanhuang College, he moved the editorial office of Tang Daily over as well. In this way, Ma Zhou could take on 2 jobs at the same time. Today, the editorial office of the new workshop welcomed many people. These people were the staff of the various Tang Daily offices in Chang and City, the eldest son of the Chao family in Chang, and Xiaoshi rewards The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, Leather Knight 3,000 strings of cash. The eldest son of the Murong family in Chang, and Murongjun, rewards The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, Leather Knight 1,000 strings of cash. The eldest son of the Wang family in Taiyuan, Wang Runbiao, rewards The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, Leather Knight 10,000 strings of cash. Ever since the first carriage full of copper coins drove into the workshop, the page boys' singing never stopped. Previously, in order to make it easier for readers to reward their favorite novels, the editorial office of Tang Daily had specially set up offices in Chang and even more than 300 states and counties across the country to accept rewards and give fan badges to the recipients. Normally, every 10 days, the various offices would send the rewards they received to the editorial office of Tang Daily in the workshop. However, today was different. With the completion of The Mortal, the hundreds of thousands of readers who had accumulated in the past 8 months suddenly went crazy. They lined up to the Tang Daily office to reward The Mortal. The rewards ranged from a few hundred copper coins to tens of thousands of strings of cash. The warehouses of the major offices in Chang and City where the copper coins were stored were immediately filled to the brim. For safety reasons, the various offices hurriedly sent people to the new workshop in Plum Village to deliver the copper coins. On the cement road from Plum Village to Chang and City, one after another, money trucks appeared in an endless stream. Fortunately, the road from Chang and City to Plum Village had already been repaired. Fortunately, this place could be considered the foot of the emperor, so the security was not bad. Otherwise, such a huge amount of money would be tempting. What's the 100th? When Ma Zhou received the news, he immediately rushed over from Yanhuang College. Hearing the rewards coming in one after another, his head started to ache. This scene was simply too crazy. Godfather Ma, this is the 950th person who has rewarded more than 100 strings of cash. Song Xiaoxi replied, 951? Oh my God, are there going to be 1,000 league leaders today? Ma Zhou was not someone who had not seen the world. However, when he heard such a result, he could not help but be flabbergasted. 1,000 league leaders appearing in a day? Wasn't this too crazy? The income that the mortal brought to the editorial office of Tang Daily was actually several times more than the total income of the other 50-plus novels combined. How could anyone live with this? Chapter 1006. The ending of The Mortal triggered a huge tipping chain effect. Tang Daily's offices in Chang and City were overcrowded with people. Thousands of copper coins were being pulled in continuously. The shopkeepers of the other shops were envious because the income of this office in a day was equivalent to 10 or even 100 years of their income. TSK, TSK. It really made one's eyes red with envy, but the one who benefited the most should be the Leather Knight, who wrote The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, right? He will get a share of the tipping Tang daily receives. I didn't expect this. Writing novels can actually make so much money. The shopkeeper of a calligraphy and painting shop next to the Tang Daily's office stood at the entrance of the shop. He couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the rich people next door. This old man must have not seen the miserable situation of the other failed authors. That's why he was so emotional, right? Xiao, why did you come out from there? The shopkeeper's eyes suddenly widened. He saw his shop assistant coming out of the office. He quickly went forward to grab the assistant and asked, shopkeeper, I saw that it was quite lively here, so I went to take a look. The assistant said hurriedly. Just to take a look. The shopkeeper was old and experienced. How could he not see that the assistant was lying? I really just want to take a look. Nonsense! Tell me, how much did you tip them? The shopkeeper was so angry that he kicked him. The manservant subconsciously dodged, but he didn't expect that a light blue badge would fall out from his sleeve. The shopkeeper bent down and nimbly picked it up. After looking at it carefully, he suddenly said in a bad mood, "You're too young. You're too young. You stinking brat. Just a while ago, you were complaining to me that you were poor and that your mother was sick. Now, you actually went to tip The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. How much did you tip? Apprentice? If I remember correctly, you need to tip 500 copper coins in order to get the apprentice badge, right? You're really something." After saying this, the shopkeeper kicked the manservant 2 more times in exasperation. "Shopkeeper, I didn't lie to you. My mother was indeed sick before, but she has already recovered. These 500 copper coins were saved by this little one over the past half a year of frugality. I feel that a record of a mortal's journey to immortality is well written. Now that it's finished, I have to do something." The manservant rubbed his buttocks and argued. The shopkeeper frowned. A moment later, he slapped the back of the manservant's head and said, "Bastard, why didn't you tell this old man that you wanted to give a reward? Go and tell the accountant to withdraw 10 strings of coins. Help this old man reward The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality." The manservant was stunned, and then he replied with a smile, Hey, I'll go right away." A moment later, the manservant came out with a large bag of copper coins. Suddenly, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Shopkeeper, are you only giving 10 strings of coins? I feel that, with your status, you should at least reward him with an alliance master." He had yet to see what the guild leader badge looked like. It was a good opportunity to broaden his horizons. Scram! The shopkeeper's face darkened as he roared. This was only a miniature version of Mortal's fans, but it also showed how popular Mortal was among the masses. From the commoners at the bottom to the officials and dignitaries at the top, there would always be people who would laugh and be moved by Mortal. Now that Mortal had finished, it was like a fuse that completely ignited the love of Mortal in their hearts. Naturally, the rewards would come flooding in. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan found out about the crazy rewards caused by the ending of Mortal. In fact, he hadn't paid attention to this novel for a long time. This was because he had already finished writing the rest of the novel more than a month ago. At Tang Daily, the daily updates were the drafts that he had submitted in advance. Marquis, the reward income from this day's rewards is probably tens of thousands of strings of coins. Aren't we making too much money? Ma Zhou exclaimed to Li Zixuan as he held a report in his hand. At the beginning, the business under Li Zixuan's name was Tang Daily. Later on, when Tang Daily started to accept advertisements from commoners' shops, they recovered some of their losses. Every month, they could earn at least a few thousand strings of coins. But now, the income from the Bragging World section had completely exploded, and the profits were so shocking that Ma Zhou couldn't help but admire Li Zixuan's foresight. If you want to make a lot of money, you have to have good novels. A popular novel, like The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, is too rare. Li Zixuan shook his head and said it was undeniable that The Mortal had some shortcomings, but it was also a great novel. Now, there were dozens of novels imitating The Mortal's Journey to Immortality in Tang Daily Bragging World. This was the best proof. Ma Zhou chuckled, his eyes shining with wisdom. He said, for others, it might be extremely difficult to create a novel that is as good as The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. But for Marquis, it shouldn't be difficult. Others might not know who the author of The Mortal was, but how could Ma Zhou, the editor-in-chief of Tang Daily, not know who it was? He had previously asked Li Zixuan for a draft. It was precisely because of his confidence in Li Zixuan that he said such a thing. After all, Li Zixuan had created too many miracles. What was there to be surprised about if there were one or two more? Li Zixuan heard that and smiled without saying anything. Ma Zhou couldn't help but ask, when does Marquis plan to write the next novel? Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, I don't plan to write it in the near future. Maybe next year. Ma Zhou was disappointed. Then I guess many people will be disappointed. Marquis, you don't know this, but many of the people who gave you tips because of the ending of Mortal Man are commoners at the bottom of society. They scrimped and saved up a few hundred copper coins and used it all to tip you. Li Zixuan was touched. In this Tang, not only were the commoners simple and honest, even the readers were so stubborn and cute. Brother Ma, you don't have to persuade me anymore. I definitely won't have time to write another novel this year. Good Food is not afraid of being late. For next year's new novel, I will definitely not disappoint the readers of The Mortal. Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed. He couldn't bear it and added, in a while I will write a speech. I'll have to trouble Brother Ma to publish it on Dahua Jianghu tomorrow. Ma Zhou knew that it was impossible, so he didn't try to persuade him. Besides, there was only a month left in the year. He didn't have much time left. Hence, he cupped his hands and replied, Yes, Marquis. Chapter 1007. The next day. Damn. Look, something big happened. Early in the morning, cries and screams could be heard on the streets of Chang. And what can happen? You're making a fuss over nothing. Something big really happened. Brother Chu, come and take a look. Look here. Let me see. Ouch. Holy **T. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The first few pages of Tang Daily's Dahua pugilistic world were filled with lines of red text. According to the rules, anyone who tipped more than 100 strings of cash could enter the next day's tipping list. The tipping list is printed in red ink. A deluge of extravagant flowers, moving me to tears. You deserve this reward for your talent. Li Zixuan from Chang An's Yongle Lane has tipped Leather Knight 10,000 strings of cash. This book is too well written. Let's reward him and hope that the following chapters will be more exciting. Back then, when Li Zixuan had just started writing Mortal, he had praised himself and rewarded himself with 1,000 strings of cash. Now that Mortal had ended, this fellow had decided to finish what he started. So what if he was thick-skinned? A deluge of extravagant flowers, moving me to tears. You deserve this reward for your talent. Wang Rinbiao from Taiyuan's Wang family has tipped Leather Knight 10,000 strings of cash. This book is too well written. Let's reward him and hope that the following chapters will be more exciting. A deluge of extravagant flowers, moving me to tears. You deserve this reward for your talent. Chao Shi from Chong and's Chao family has tipped Leather Knight 3,000 strings of cash. This book is too well written. Let's reward him and hope that the following chapters will be more exciting. 10,000 strings of cash, 3,000 strings of cash, 2,000 strings of cash, 1,000 strings of cash. What came into view were all these shocking numbers. At this moment, money was no longer called money. It was just a number that shocked people to the point of numbness. What the heck? There were a total of 10 pages. How much money does it add up to? Gulp. I'm afraid there are more than 1,000 people on the list. That means there were more than 1,000 people who tipped A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Yesterday, more than 1,000 league leaders appeared in a day. That's at least 100,000 strings of cash. That's crazy. Are there really so many people tipping? Of course. I even tipped him 100 copper coins yesterday. At that time, there were a lot of people who tipped him. The news of a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, collecting thousands of Alliance members, spread like wildfire among the crowd. Chang and city and some of the counties near Chang and city immediately boiled over. In the streets and alleys, in the restaurants and tea houses, there were basically people talking about yesterday's grand occasion. Many people proudly took out their mortal badges, indicating that they were also part of the reward army yesterday. From this, one could see how popular mortal was. However, compared to the huge amount of rewards, the mortal section in Tang Dynasty Daily, Bragging World, was even more touching. Final thoughts. I heard that the streets and alleys of Chang and city were emptied yesterday. Countless people tipped swordsmen, ranging from dozens of copper coins to tens of thousands of strings of cash. Swordsmen were moved to tears. The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was completed in March and finished in November. It took more than 8 months to complete, with a total of more than 7 million words. During this period of time, I would like to thank everyone for their continuous support. Swordsman will return in March next year. Please look forward to it. Seeing this final thoughts, many people could not help but recall the various things that happened when they first started reading Mortal. Their hearts were very touched at first. However, the last sentence of Swordsman will return in March next year made many people curse. F***CK. What does that mean? It means that Leather Knight will not write another book until March next year. Isn't that too much of a scam? There are still about 4 months until March next year. How am I going to survive these 4 months? Writing for 8 months and resting for 4 months. This guy is too much of a playboy, right? I don't agree. Who knows where that Pai Xiajua guy lives? I'll bring some people to tie him up and lock him in a small house to write novels for me every day. If he doesn't write 20 chapters a day, he's not allowed to go anywhere. Li Zishuan probably did not expect that the Tang Dynasty would have such a ferocious reader. Yes. This is a good suggestion. Tie him up. Yes, tie him up. Tie him up. But no one knows where he lives. A certain person's suggestion received a lot of responses. However, the cruel reality made everyone fall silent. Let's go to the workshop of the Curious Pavilion. Find the people from Tang Daily. They definitely know who Leather Knight is and where he lives. Yes, let's go to the workshop of the Curious Pavilion. I know where he lives. I'll lead the way. In an instant, dozens of irritable readers rushed towards the new workshop of the Curious Pavilion. However, These people were too naive. The author of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was the big boss of the Curious Pavilion. How could the staff of Tang Daily tell them the real information? What's more, the new workshop of the Curious Pavilion was also guarded by a group of imperial guards sent by Lier. A few dozen people would not be able to break through the door of the workshop. In the end, Ma Zhou comforted them for a long time and promised that he would keep urging Leather Knight to release his new book as soon as possible. Only then did the irritable readers disperse. Looking at the backs of these people, Ma Zhou wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Of course, what he said just now was a lie. Once Li Zixuan decided on something, it was very difficult to change his mind. He definitely would not ask for a rebuff by urging him to release his novel. At this time, he really wished that he never knew that Li Zixuan was Leather Knight, because many times it was harder to keep a secret than to know a secret. Humph, a bunch of ignorant and unruly commoners. They don't want to read the writings of sages and scholars, and they want to fight over reading that vulgar novel. Sure enough, the world is ignorant. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Of course, not everyone was a die-hard fan of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. There was no lack of voices criticizing The Legend of a Mortal in Chang'an City, such as the Imperial College and the Hongwen School. But first, the number of people who liked The Legend of a Mortal obviously had an absolute advantage. Second, Tang Daily was run by Li Zixuan, and Lier also participated in it. Although scholars had character, no one was willing to go through so much trouble for such a small matter. It was not worth it. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. This was the most common method used by those arrogant scholars. But there were many things that you could ignore, but you could not change its greatness. For example, the huge fan base of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality showed that it was an irreplaceable novel. Next March. That's great. That means that these 4 months are our chance. At noon in Yanhuang College, the 3 people from Jinyu Academy had eaten lunch and were reading the newspaper on a stone bench in the woods of the academy. After seeing the acceptance speech of The Legend of a Mortal, Liao Feichen's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Chapter 1008. Yes, without the popular novel A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, we can indeed give it a try. Who knows, we might be able to reach a higher level. In Yanhuang College, Chen Tianhua nodded after hearing his good friend's words. Both he and Liao Feichen had serialized novels in Tang Dynasty Daily. His novel was Zhang Xiaohua's Journey to Immortality, and it was about 900,000 words long. Liao Feichen's novel was called The Long Road to Immortality, and it was slightly slower, but it was also about 800,000 words long. Even though they had been admitted to Yanhuang College a few months ago, they still insisted on writing novels in their free time. In fact, this kind of half-study, half-work state did not affect their studies, because there were many poor students in the college who were in this state. The difference was that the others were working at the posts provided by the college, while the 2 of them were using their free time to write novels. In the past, A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was an insurmountable mountain in front of Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen. Now that a mortal had ended, the 2 of them felt that their opportunity had come. This was especially so for Chen Tianhua. Other than mortal, his Legend of Zhang Xiaohua's Cultivation to Immortality was the novel with the best results in talking about pugilistic world. Taking advantage of the time, when mortal was finished, if he put in a little more effort, it was very likely that it would reach a higher level. Yes, let's hurry up and try to write more during this time. Liao Feichen nodded fiercely. Hey, Hong, didn't you say that you were about to start writing your novel? Why haven't you started? Are you trying to scare us? Chun Tianhua suddenly thought of something and turned his head to ask, what I said earlier was true. I wasn't lying to you. I've already thought of the plot framework for this novel, and I can start writing at any time. Hua Hongyi said with an embarrassed expression. The other two obviously did not believe him. Chun Tianhua said, Hong Yi, then tell us, when do you plan to publish your novel? When the time comes, Fei Chen, and I will definitely support you. Yes, that's right. I'll definitely support you. We definitely can't afford the title of Alliance Master, but we can still afford the title of Disciple. Liao Fei Chen echoed. Hua Hongyi rolled his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said, although the framework of the plot has been conceived, the specific details still need to be considered. Next March, I'll publish the book next March. Poof. What? F***CK. Hong E, are you still asleep? Why do you want to publish your book in March of next year? Aren't you courting death? Liao Feichen almost vomited blood when he heard that Hua Hongyi was going to publish the book in March next year. He stared at his old friend as if he was looking at a madman. How is that courting death? Feichen, didn't you want to say that Leather Knight will also release a book next March? Hua Hongyi shook his head and said nonchalantly, if he wants to publish books, then so be it. Who said that we can't publish books together with him? What's more, didn't you and Tianhua publish books together with Pai Xiajua back then? Chen Tianhua said gloomily, Hong Yi, how can it be the same? Back then, when novels were just becoming popular, who would have thought that Leather Knight's Mortal Cultivation would be so popular? Yes, the next time I publish a book, I definitely won't publish with that person. Liao Feichen also shook his head. Hua Hongyi, on the other hand, was somewhat disapproving. Tianhua, Feichen, we're 7 feet tall men. Even if we can't beat him, we can't be afraid before the battle. Besides, I have confidence in my novel. It might not lose to Leather Knight. Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen shook their heads. They secretly thought that their good friend was really fearless because he didn't know anything. Let's talk about it when he gets bumped. Marquis, Manager Fu, and Fu Bin request an audience. In the afternoon, Li Zixuan was handling official business in Yanhuang College's principal's office when Emo Zhong pushed the door open and entered. He bowed and cupped his fists. Fu Bin, he's back. Li Zixuan was startled, then said happily, Quick, let them in. More than a month ago, Fu Bin had set off from Chang and with the mining team and the iron ore distribution map. After more than a month, this group of people had finally returned, and they had returned at the right time, because the bicycles produced by the Strange Taste Pavilion were in short supply. The price of the bicycles had been inflated to more than 600 strings of coins. Seeing the money being taken away by the scalpers, Faubert was anxious. Chao Wendong, Lin Yuan, and the other members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce were also anxious. But was this because the workshop's production efficiency couldn't keep up? Absolutely not. The workshop could already produce 40 to 50 bicycles a day, and the speed was not slow at all. The problem lay in the lack of raw materials, the lack of iron and rubber. The workshop had already bought almost all the iron and sulfur that could be bought. Because of this, the price of iron and sulfur in Chang and city had increased by quite a bit. But this amount of iron and sulfur was still insufficient to meet the huge demand for bicycles. Now that Fu Bin was back, as long as they could find an iron or sulfur mine, no matter how big or small, they could alleviate the Strange Taste Pavilion's urgent need. Young master. Not long after, Fu Bin came in under Faubert's lead. He cupped his fists and bowed to Li Zixuan. Obviously, Fu Bin had gone to find his uncle as soon as he returned. "Faubert, you don't have to be so courteous. Quick, have a seat." Li Zishuan stood up and pointed to the sofa opposite him as he hurriedly said to Faubert. Faubert saw that Li Zishuan was not purposely being courteous, so he thanked him and sat down. Only then did Li Zishuan look at Fu Bin. Compared to more than a month ago, this guy's face was a little less immature. Presumably, this was his first time going on a long journey, and he had gained a lot of experience. "Ha ha, Xiaobing, did you encounter any danger along the way?" Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Fu Bin's heart warmed when he heard this. Li Zishuan did not ask him about the results of the mining. Instead, he asked if he encountered any danger. This was very heartwarming. "Young master, we did not encounter any danger. There were only a few small twists and turns. But in the end, we did not disappoint you. Not only did we find 2 iron and sulfur mines in Yifang County, we also found a big coal mine. But this coal mine does not seem to be of much use to you." Fu Bin knew his limits and did not wait for Li Zishuan to ask. He took the initiative to tell Li Zishuan the results of this trip. When Li Zishuan heard that Fu Bin had found 2 iron and sulfur mines in Yifang County, he was shocked. He had only marked a few rough locations on the map. He did not expect such a small place like Yifang County to have so many mines. But when he heard Fu Bin mention the coal mine, he could not help but smile. "Ha ha, who says the coal mine is useless? Xiaobing, the few of you did well this time. I am very satisfied and will reward you handsomely. Ha ha, Chapter 1009. It was normal that Li Zishuan did not know about Yifang County, but if it was Lan County, he would definitely know about it. In the modern era, Shaanxi province had 546 billion tons of usable reserves and 514 million tons of unusable reserves, ranking 4th in the country. This did not include the Shaanxi type of limonite or that was widely distributed but had not been explored. Among them, 3% of the discovered iron ore resources were concentrated in Lan County, 2 billion tons, and Wutai Mountain, 625 billion tons. Other than iron ore resources, Lan County was also rich in other mineral resources, such as coal, iron, manganese, sulfur, marble, granite, and so on. It could be said that it was a real mining county. Lan County was called Yifang County during the Tang Dynasty's Xinguan period, and it was the capital of Lan Province at that time. Therefore, it was not surprising that Fu Bin could find 2 iron ore mines, 2 sulfur mines, and a big coal mine in Yifang County. "Thank you, young master." In Fu Bin's eyes, Li Zishuan was a real big shot. Now that he could get Li Zishuan's praise, he was overjoyed. "Ahem, young master, forgive me for being blunt, but this coal mine is very difficult to mine. If we can mine a large amount of coal, it'll be fine, but if there's no coal, and it's all coal, then it'll be a big loss." Faubert was obviously more mature and looked at the long term. He said to Li Zishuan worriedly, Faubert, why is coal useful?" "Oh, I understand now. But Faubert, you don't have to worry. To me, coal is useful, but coal is also useful." Just as Li Zishuan was about to ask why charcoal was useful and coal was useless, some memories of his predecessor suddenly emerged. He quickly swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue and changed his words. His predecessor's memory told him that although people had started to use coal, coal was not popular yet. The history of ancient coal mining in China can be divided into 4 stages. The pre-Qin Dynasty was the discovery and early exploitation of coal. The Western Han Dynasty to the Northern and Southern dynasties was the mature stage of coal exploitation, the Sui Tang and Yuan dynasties was the general development and rapid progress of coal exploitation. The Ming and Qing dynasties was the heyday of ancient coal exploitation. However, it should be noted that the coal mentioned above was mainly referring to charcoal, not coal. At least before the Song dynasty, coal was not used on a large scale. This was because the unprocessed coal dug out from the coal mines was difficult to burn fully. On the other hand, this kind of coal would emit a lot of soot when it was burned. Therefore, the people would rather burn firewood than coal. This was because the smoke emitted from firewood was less than that from coal. It wasn't until the late Tang dynasty that the technology of using coal to make coke appeared. According to the Tang dynasty scholar Kong Pian's drama talk log, when the rich and powerful children of Luoyang, used coal to cook rice, they would first burn the coal to remove the smoke. This was called cooked coal or refined coal, and then they would use this refined coal to cook rice. This type of refined coal was closer to coke, but because it wasn't deliberately burned, it was only the prototype of coke. In the Song dynasty, the coking technology was perfected, and the raw coal processing and utilization in our country entered a new stage, and the use of coal gradually became more widespread. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the development and utilization of coal in our country had reached the heyday. Similar to the previous salt and iron dictatorship, the mining rights of coal had been nationalized, and coal mining taxes had been collected. What? Young master has a way to use raw coal? Fubin didn't think much of it, but Falbert's eyes suddenly widened. He sat up straight from the sofa and said in shock, as long as one had a little bit of common sense, they would know that if raw coal could be used, then a coal mine could bring an amazing amount of wealth. Li Zishuan didn't deny it and nodded happily and said, I do know some ways. Therefore, this coal mine must be mined. Whether it's charcoal or coal, we want it all. Falbert said excitedly, if young master really has a way to use raw coal, then of course this coal mine must be mined. Li Zishuan smiled. He muttered to himself for a while, then looked at Fubin and asked, Xiao Bing, previously you said that you met with some problems in Yifang County. What exactly happened? Fubin scratched his head and replied, Young master, it's like this. When we first arrived at Yifang County, we were targeted by a few local ruffians. Those ruffians heard our accent and knew that we came from Chong. And so they wanted to collect toll from us. Biaozi was furious, so he gathered his brothers and beat up those ruffians. Originally, it was nothing much, but who knew that those ruffians were related to the county magistrate's son? That county magistrate's son didn't know what was right and wrong, so he ordered the bailiffs to arrest us and put us in jail. Luckily, Biaozi's martial arts were much better than those bailiffs, so he took advantage of the chaos to escape. 2 days later, the county magistrate interrogated us. Actually, it was just a formality. In court, those ruffians became the good guys, and we became the bullies who bullied the weak and feared the strong. The county magistrate and deputy county magistrate didn't even give us a chance to defend ourselves and wanted to send us to a mine in the county to do hard labor. Luckily, Biaozi arrived in time and brought along the Lan Province's provincial governor's office. Those 2 days, he was carrying young master's warrant and went to the Lan Province's provincial governor's office to get reinforcements. At that time, the Lan Province's provincial governor was not in the government office, so the county magistrate came over. What happened after that was logical. The county magistrate of Yifang County did not teach his son well and allowed his son to keep evil slaves, disrupting the law and order. He was removed from his position and investigated by the Lan Province's provincial governor. Even the deputy county magistrate was not spared. After this incident, we no longer met any obstacles when we were looking for ore veins in Yifang County. After hearing what Fubin said, Li Zishuan curiously said, Hey, There's such a thing? This Lan province's provincial governor is not bad. Xiaobing, thank you for your hard work. Humph, Marquis, you don't need to sympathize with this kid. When you are outside, you should wear normal clothes to keep a low profile. Are you afraid that others will not know you are from Chang? And there are so many people going to Yifang County. Why didn't those ruffians look for other people? Why did they look for the few of you? Isn't this your own fault? Faubert sneered and scolded them mercilessly. Fu Bin's face was immediately filled with embarrassment. Clearly, Uncle Fu's words had hit his sore spot. Li Zixuan looked at Fu Bin and laughed. Faubert, you can't say that. This person was walking on the streets and was knocked down by someone. Can you blame that person for not going out today? Xiaobing and the rest did not break the law and were bullied by the ruffians. How can they not retaliate? Before they left, I had told them not to create trouble, but they cannot be afraid of trouble. I feel that they had done well this time. Furthermore, Xiaobing and the rest had unintentionally helped the people of Yifang County to get rid of a big problem. Not only did they not do anything wrong, but they also did a good deed. Ha ha. Chapter 10:10. Thank you, young master, for your magnanimity. Fu Bin will definitely follow young master's lead. Yanhuang College, Principal's Office. Fu Bin was moved to tears when he heard Li Zixuan speak up for him. In fact, when they arrived at Yifang County with the huge sum of money, they were indeed a little smug. They were dressed in fancy clothes, and it was obvious that they were not ordinary people. That was why the local ruffians came looking for them. Before coming to Li Zixuan's place, his uncle had already harshly reprimanded him. Originally, he thought that he would be reprimanded again. He didn't expect that not only did Li Zixuan not reprimand him, he even spoke up for him. How could he not be touched? Ha ha! Li Zixuan heard this and could not help but laugh. Perhaps Fu Bin had been hanging out in the streets since he was young, and he had the aura of a ruffian, which could be heard from his words. Calling him a ruffian was not referring to him being bad. Normally, people like him were more loyal and righteous. If you treated him well, he would also treat you well. That was the general meaning of it. Are you so easy to bribe? I only spoke a few words for you, and you are already following my lead? Li Zixuan found it funny. Fu Bin quickly waved his hand and said anxiously, "It's not like that, young master. I, Fu Bin, have been hanging out in the streets for so many years. Whoever is sincere to me, in my heart, I will. All right, that's enough. I understand everything." Li Zixuan smiled and interrupted Fu Bin, then said, "Xiaobing, you are now familiar with Yifang County. You should be able to handle the local officials. I want to let you manage those few minds. Are you willing?" Fu Bin's body trembled and froze on the spot. Before he could say anything, Faubert quickly said, "Young master, you can't do that. Fu Bin is still young and inexperienced. How can he manage such a big mine? If this brat were to ruin young master's plans, how would this old man have the face to see young master again?" In fact, Faubert was doing this for the sake of his nephew, because he knew better than anyone else how capable Fu Bin was. Fu Bin also reacted at this time. He cupped his fists and said, "Young master, you'd better take back your order. If you want me to help you gather information or search for people, then I can do it. But I definitely can't manage a mine. I know what I'm capable of." Li Zixuan smiled. In fact, he was just testing Fu Bin's reaction. He didn't really want to hand over such a big mess to Fu Bin. Young people need to gain experience. How about this, Faubert? You send 4 trustworthy people from the workshop to Yifang County to be in charge of the mining of the 4 mines. The miners will be recruited on the spot, and their wages will be paid by the workshop. Originally, there were 5 mines, but one of the iron mines had to be handed over to the imperial court. This was the condition promised to Li heir. Falbert muttered to himself for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, this old man will arrange it." Li Zishuan then looked at Fu Bin and said, "Fu Bin, when the time comes, you will also bring the people who went with you to Yifang County to assist the 4 mine managers. After all, you are familiar with that place, so the local relations will be left to you. In addition, you should also take some time to learn how to manage a mine. A good man should do big things. If you can take charge of a mine in the future, that would be the best." Falbert will also be very pleased. Sending Fu Bin over was not only to let him manage the relations with the local government, but also to secretly monitor the 4 mine managers to see if they were embezzling anything. After all, this was a truly lucrative job. If they were diligent and responsible, then naturally it would be better. However, if someone were to play tricks, Li Zishuan would definitely not be polite. Fu Bin nodded firmly, then cupped his fist and said, "Young master, don't worry. Fu Bin will definitely not disappoint young master. You must be tired from the journey. Go back and rest for 2 days." Li Zishuan said with a smile. Fu Bin knew that Li Zishuan definitely had some things that he wanted to discuss with his uncle alone, so he tactfully took his leave. In an instant, only the 2 of them were left in the office. Falbert, quickly select the mine managers. The coal is secondary, but the iron and sulfur ores must be mined as soon as possible. We are lacking these 2 things too much. Li Zishuan picked up the cup, took a sip, and then said in a deep voice. Falbert nodded and replied, "Even if young master didn't say it, this old man will do it as soon as possible." Previously, after selling the first batch of bicycles, the workshop's iron and sulfur ores were all in short supply. However, the people's desire to buy bicycles is getting stronger and stronger. If we can't solve the problem of raw materials for bicycles as soon as possible, everyone will definitely be more disappointed in us. Fortunately, Fu Bin came back in time. Otherwise, it would be a pity if our workshop couldn't produce good things, even though we have them. Li Zishuan said, and then said, "After confirming the candidates, have them come to see me before they leave. I have something to tell them." No problem. Li Zishuan stood up. He frowned and thought for a while, then said, "We have to hurry up with the Yifang mine. We also have to hurry up here." Falbert asked, "Young master, do you want to talk about iron smelting?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's right. The workshop needs to prepare some iron smelting equipment. After the iron ore from Yifang mine is shipped back, we have to start smelting immediately." Falbert looked worried and said, "It's not difficult to smelt iron on a small scale, but from young master's intention, you want to smelt iron on a large scale. In this way, the furnace required for smelting iron cannot be made in a short time. Moreover, some of the key techniques have to be figured out by yourself. If young master wants to achieve his goal quickly, he can only ask the Zhangsun family for help. After all, in Chang, and city, their iron smelting technology is the best. Zhangsun family? Which Zhangsun family could there be in Chang and city? Li Zishuan's heart moved. He didn't expect that Zhangsun Wuji, that old fox, had already started the iron smelting business. Salt and iron, these 2 businesses were the most profitable in ancient times. Zhangsun Wuji was indeed an old fox. Why do we need to ask them for help? I have an even better method of smelting iron. Later on, I will draw out the blueprints of the equipment. Falbert, you just have to get someone to follow the blueprints. Li Zishuan said to Falbert, what a joke. He was an engineering genius from the 21st century. He still had countless blueprints in his mind. If he had to ask for help for such a small matter, wouldn't he be smearing the reputation of transmigrators? Falbert's eyes lit up. Then, with a strange expression, he said, "Young master, why didn't you say earlier that you have a good method of smelting iron? It's true that our workshop lacks iron, but we don't lack iron ore. This thing is much easier to buy than iron." Chapter 10:11. Li Zixuan was stunned and asked curiously, "Why is that so? Don't tell me, Chong. And city has a surplus of iron ore?" When he first heard Falbert say that iron ore could not be bought, he subconsciously thought that iron ore could not be bought either. But after hearing Falbert's words, it was obviously not the case. Falbert said matter-of-factly, "Young master, isn't this normal? There are only so many iron smelting factories in Chang and city. How could they consume so much iron ore? Naturally, there would be a surplus. China started smelting iron during the spring and autumn period. Due to the rich experience of smelting bronze, the progress was very fast. Pig iron and iron smelting appeared almost at the same time. The iron smelting temperature was low and there were many impurities, but the carbon content was low. It was close to that of wrought iron, with a high melting point and a soft texture. It was suitable for forging weapons. Pig iron smelting temperature was high, with a higher sulfur and phosphorus content. It was hard and brittle, but it was resistant to wear and was suitable for forging weapons. Since the Han Dynasty, various metal smelting and processing techniques had been developed comprehensively and were becoming fixed in terms of technology. For example, the 100-tempered steel technique was not used often due to its low efficiency. As the early form of the infused steel technique, it was widely used. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the smelting technology continued to develop, but there were not many breakthroughs. They mainly followed the infused steel technique at the end of the Han Dynasty, and the smelting efficiency was not high. Furthermore, the smelting business in this era was owned by the country. People like Zhang Sun Wuji, who could mine and smelt iron, were few and far between. Therefore, the productivity of the people could not be unleashed, and the smelting speed could not keep up with the mining speed. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes inwardly. He thought to himself, "What a shame. If I had known about this earlier, would I have waited until now?" Sigh. Forget it. Since it's already like this, another 10 days or half a month won't make a difference. When the smelting equipment is completed, the iron ore from Yifang County should be transported back. By then, our workshop will not lack iron anymore. Li Zixuan sighed and said, helplessly, "That's the only way. If young master has nothing else, this old man will return to the workshop first." Falbert could hear the confidence in Li Zixuan's words. He could not help but smile and bid farewell. "Yes, Falbert, you should also take care of your body. If there's anything you need, just order your subordinates to do it. Don't tire yourself out." Li Zixuan asked with concern. To be honest, Falbert was already so old, but he was still busy. He felt very apologetic, but at the moment, he really didn't have anyone who could replace Falbert. Fu Bin might be able to do it in the future, but he was still too inexperienced to take on such a huge responsibility. If possible, he really hoped that Falbert would live a long life. "Ha, young master, there's no need to worry. This old man's body is fine." With that, Falbert left the room. "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience. Afternoon, Sweet Dew Hall." Li Er was busy flipping through memorials. It was the end of the year, and there were always a lot of things to do. He had been busy for many days until late at night, compared to the carefree Li Zixuan. He, as the emperor, was even more miserable. At this moment, the attendant at the yellow door came in and reported with a bow, Yes, let him in. Li Er held the brush and said without raising his head. Yes. Not long after, Li Zixuan stepped into the hall and cupped his hands in salute. Your subject pays his respects to your majesty. No need for formalities. What's the matter? Li Er cherished his words like gold and said softly. Li Zixuan strangely choked. He paused and replied, replying to your majesty, the iron mine that you asked this subject to find has been found. It's located near the Hua family village in Yifang County. Your majesty can just send someone to receive it. Li Er finally raised his head. Oh, so fast? It seems that your ability to find ores is quite effective. Don't most people look for ores for 3 to 5 years? How could there be someone like Li Zixuan who was able to find 5 mineral veins in just over a month? This time, this guy really had a mine at home. It seems that your harvest this time is not small. Tell me about it. Li Er's eyes were like torches as he hit the nail on the head. Old Li was asking the obvious. Li Zixuan did not believe that Li Er did not know this information. After all, the 100 Cavalry Special Agent Organization was not to be trifled with. The people that this subject sent found a total of 2 iron mines, 2 sulfur mines, and 1 coal mine. Your Majesty said that you only need iron ores, so this subject did not say anything about the other mines. What he meant was that old Li, as the ruler of a country, had to keep his word. What kind of person was Li Er? How could he not see Li Zixuan's cunning mind? He said unhappily, "Stinky brat, do you think that I will go back on my words?" How could I? Your Majesty is wise and wise. Even if everyone in the world goes back on their words, your Majesty will definitely not. Li Zixuan chuckled as he flattered him. Li Er scoffed and said, "Don't flatter us. Speaking of which, where is the other iron mine that you found?" Li Zixuan's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, then he unfurrowed them and replied, "Your Majesty, the other iron mine is also in Yifang County. However, it is about 20 li away from the Hua family village and is near Peach Blossom Village." Li Er smiled meaningfully and said that iron mine must have more ores than the one in Hua family village, right? Li Zixuan secretly cursed Li Er for being a sly old fox, but he said, "Your Majesty, how can this kind of thing be accurate? According to the people that this subject sent, the 2 iron mines look the same from the outside. As for the situation inside, this subject has no idea." Although this was what he said, the actual situation was more or less the same. However, when this fellow came, he compared it to the map and recalled the distribution of mineral resources in his previous life. He found that the iron mine near Peach Blossom Village had more ores than the Hua family village by 30%. This was why he gave the Hua family village's iron mine to Li Er. Li Er looked at Li Zixuan suspiciously. Although what Li Zixuan said was similar to the information that he received, he could not help but suspect that there was something fishy going on. After all, Li Zixuan was too clever. If he was not careful, he would be tricked by him. This subject will believe you, for now. After all, there were so many ores that he would not be able to refine them all. After a while, Li Er helplessly sighed and said, "In the next few days, this subject will let the Ministry of Works start mining. If you have nothing else to do, you can go and do your own things." The subtext was, if you have nothing else to do, you can get lost. Li Zixuan did not like to stay here, so he straightforwardly said his goodbyes. "Your Majesty is wise. This subject still has things to do at the academy, so I will take my leave first." After he finished speaking, he saw that Li Er nodded in agreement and quickly turned to leave. Chapter 10-12. After coming out of the palace, Li Zixuan went straight back to Yunshan. He had to quickly draw the drawings of the equipment needed to make iron, because these things were not easy to make at all. Wife, I will be in seclusion in the study for the next 2 days. If there is no urgent matter, don't let anyone disturb me. Back home, Li Zixuan said to Han Yushi, Yinshan Villa was good because it was far away from the main city. Usually, there were few people, and it was very quiet. Moreover, there were beautiful mountains and clear waters here. It was a treasured place for self-cultivation. But husband, don't tire yourself out. We don't lack anything now. Why do you have to work so hard? Han Yushi obviously understood what Li Zixuan was going to do. It was not the first time a similar situation had happened, so she said with a worried face, Ha, wife, don't worry. With your husband's physique, it is impossible for him to tire himself out. I don't believe that when husband is done, I will fight with you for 300 rounds. Li Zixuan smiled and pinched Han Yushi's pretty face, then said indecently, Of course, even though he said that, he was still very grateful for his wife's concern. Husband, Han Yushi was ashamed and angry. She stomped her feet and said coquettishly, but Li Zixuan had already slipped away at this time. Blast furnace. If you want to improve the efficiency of iron making, you must build a blast furnace. In the study, Li Zixuan muttered to himself in front of a large piece of white paper on the desk. In modern industry, the methods of iron making included blast furnace method, direct reduction method, melting reduction method, plasma method, and so on. Blast furnace iron making was the main method of iron making in modern society. Its output accounted for more than 95% of the world's total pig iron production. Blast furnace iron making was a complicated process. The raw materials used were iron ore, limestone, and coke. The reaction in the blast furnace was mainly divided into 3 parts. The first part was the process of preparing the reducing agent. The second part was the main principle of iron making. And the third part was the process of removing impurities and forming slag. However, the iron smelted by the blast furnace was not pure and contained a small amount of impurities, so it was called pig iron. In the process of smelting iron ore, raw materials such as iron ore, coke, and limestone are layered into the blast furnace, iron smelting furnace, according to a certain proportion. A large amount of oxygen-rich air heated by the hot blast furnace is blown into the blast furnace through the air inlet so that the coke is burned to form carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide then reacts with the hot coke on the upper layer to reduce into carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide was added from the top of the furnace and reacted with the falling iron ore. The iron oxides were gradually reduced to liquid iron, commonly known as molten iron. After the restored, liquid iron accumulated to a certain extent, it was released from the bottom of the furnace. When smelting iron, limestone was added to create slag. Its purpose was to cause the iron ore with a high melting point. Its main component was silica to react with limestone, forming calcium silicate, and the like floating on top of the molten iron, forming slag and separating it from the molten iron. In fact, blast furnaces were not a patent of modern people. As early as the Song Dynasty, this method of smelting iron was popularized. According to historical records, during the Yuanfeng period of the Northern Song Dynasty, the imperial weapons supervisor set up blast furnaces on both sides of the Bian River. The red light of smelting iron was reflected in the sun, day, and night. At the peak of production, the annual iron and steel production in northern China alone reached more than 70,000 tons. One must know that the British Empire only reached 70,000 to 80,000 tons of iron and steel production 700 years later. At that time, it had already started the Industrial Revolution. From this, one could see how powerful the Song Dynasty was at that time. It was just that at that time, there were some famous generals and sages missing. If Li Er's team of civil and military officials were sent to the Song Dynasty, perhaps they could really create a super prosperous era. TSK. Luckily, I traveled to the Tang Dynasty. If I had traveled to the Song Dynasty or after the Song Dynasty, how would I be able to use blast furnaces to show off? Li Zishuan's thoughts had already flown off to God knows where, only to hear him muttering to himself. In some later YY novels, the protagonists traveled to the Song Dynasty or the Ming Dynasty and built blast furnaces to show off. Those were all pure nonsense. If the protagonists really did that, they would be slapped in the face instead of showing off. Shaking his head, Li Zishuan shook off those messy thoughts in his mind. After pondering for a while, he began to draw a blueprint. At this time, he already had a three-dimensional model of the blast furnace in his mind, and naturally, he had become a human printer. He intended to completely replicate the blast furnaces that were often used in modern ironworks, and then modify them according to the current conditions of the Tang Dynasty. This was not an easy job. The structure of blast furnaces was not very complicated. In the Great Movement at the end of the 1950s, people all over the country were called to smelt iron and steel. Even some elementary school students, villagers, and non-staple store clerks formed groups to build blast furnaces to smelt iron and steel. But the structure of blast furnaces was by no means simple. The technical level of blast furnaces in modern China was about the same as that of the Song Dynasty. In theory, they could smelt iron, but the technical mastery was not up to standard, so most of them were left unfinished. Li Zishuan wanted to build a blast furnace, not a defective one. If he wanted to build one, he wanted to build the best one. Generally, a complete blast furnace was composed of a shell, a throat, a body, a waist, a belly, a hearth, a bottom, a foundation, a lining, and a throat guard plate. The shell referred to the outermost layer of the blast furnace. Its main function was to stabilize the blast furnace and protect the furnace body from leakage. The body of the blast furnace iron, or was mainly in the body of the blast furnace for indirect reduction. The throat of the blast furnace was the uppermost part of the blast furnace body. It was shaped like a cylinder. The raw materials for smelting iron were added from the throat of the blast furnace. The gas was also discharged from the throat of the blast furnace. The throat guard plate referred to the protection plate of the throat of the blast furnace. The waist of the blast furnace was the largest in diameter. It connected the body and the belly of the blast furnace. The belly of the blast furnace was in the shape of an inverted cone. It was the main area of the blast furnace for melting and making slag. The hearth was used for fuel combustion, slag, and iron reaction, storage, and gas emission. It was shaped like a cylinder. The bottom of the blast furnace was located at the bottom of the blast furnace. The bottom of the blast furnace was subjected to the static pressure of the charge, slag, and molten iron. It was also subjected to the high temperature, mechanical, and chemical corrosion of 2,000 to 4,500 degrees Celsius. The main function of the furnace base was to evenly distribute the weight borne by the blast furnace to the ground. Its shape was also gradually expanded from top to bottom. Generally, there were circles or polygons to reduce the uneven distribution of thermal stress. Time passed bit by bit. Even though Li Zishuan had the super speed of a humanoid printer, it was already dark when all the internal and external structures of a blast furnace were drawn. Bang, bang! Just as Li Zishuan was intoxicated by the sea of construction machinery, there were 2 knocks on the door, followed by a series of footsteps. Li Zishuan frowned at first, but then he relaxed because he knew that Han Yushi pushed the door and came in just by listening to the footsteps. Although they had been married for less than a year, the husband and wife had already engraved everything about each other in their hearts, including the sound of footsteps. Husband, let's eat something first. It's not a big deal anyway. Your health is the most important. Han Yushi put the food box on another table and turned back to speak to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan put away his thoughts, clapped his hands, got up, and walked toward Han Yushi. Ha ha, thank you for the meal, my wife. Sigh. I didn't feel hungry at first, but when I smelled the aroma of the food, the gluttonous worm in my stomach began to make a ruckus. Even the god of cookery in the sky would probably have to admit defeat when he meets my wife. Li Zixuan sat down and said with a smile when he saw Han Yushi take out 2 plates of fragrant dishes from the food box. Husband, stop fooling around. Hurry up and eat. Han Yushi glanced at him and said coquettishly, Ha ha, eat, eat, eat. Aren't we eating? Wife, do you want to eat some too? No, husband, eat. I've already eaten. Han Yushi responded, and then turned her gaze to the several large drawings on the desk. The complicated and winding lines on the drawings seemed to have a life of their own, outlining a huge and majestic blast furnace. Perhaps it was because Li Zixuan's drawings were too lifelike, but Han Yushi seemed to be able to feel the terrifying heat in the furnace and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What? Is my wife still interested in engineering? Li Zixuan asked with great interest while chewing the food in his mouth. No, I'm just looking around. Han Yushi came back to her senses. She thought for a moment and said, when I saw that my husband's drawings were so good, I was thinking that if my husband were to use this technique in painting, he wouldn't lose to Yan Xiaojian, soon to be Yan Liben. Don't think that engineering drawings were all stiff and unesthetic lines. The key was to look at the craftsmanship of the person who drew them. The engineering drawings of a skilled person could definitely feel the beauty of a work of art. Li Zixuan now belonged to this kind of person. Oh, leave things like drawing Tian, Xiaojian, and the others. Your husband doesn't have the time for that. Although I'm outstanding, I can't do everything. I have to leave a way out for others, right? Li Zixuan said smugly, half-jokingly. Uffed. Han Yushi covered her mouth and laughed when she heard that. Husband, how can you praise yourself? Aren't you ashamed? Li Zixuan rolled his eyes. Why is it that my wife can praise him, but your husband can't? Han Yushi shook her head and couldn't be bothered to argue. At this moment, she suddenly thought of something and said, Oh, right. Husband, I helped you lock the drawings you drew last time in the cabinet. Why didn't you use them? Did you forget? She was actually referring to the generator blueprints that Li Zixuan had drawn last time. Not for the time being. It's almost the end of the year. I'm too lazy to bother with those things. Let's have a peaceful new year first. Li Zixuan replied. Yes, yes. In the past, I spent the new year with Iron Egg and Daddy. Husband, can you bring them over for the new year this year? At the mention of the new year, Han Yushi's eyes instantly glowed. Although she was already a wife, she was only 13 or 14 years old. Perhaps she still retained some innocence in her heart and looked forward to the liveliness and joy during the new year. Ha, why can't I? As long as my wife is happy, I'll even pluck the moon from the sky for you, let alone such a small matter. Li Zixuan laughed. Logically speaking, even if Han Yushi didn't say it, he would do it when the time came. How could his father-in-law and brother-in-law be alone during the new year? Naturally, it would be lively when the 2 families celebrated the new year together. Hee, the moon in the sky is bare. What do I need it for? But I still thank you for agreeing. Han Yushi said with a smile. Obviously, she had used the Academy's telescope to see the moon before. Oh, why are you thanking me as a family? Burp. All right, I'm done eating. Wife, you should go and rest first. I'll sleep a little later tonight. Li Zishuan put down his bowl and chopsticks and burped with satisfaction. Although the general blueprint of the blast furnace was drawn, there were still many details that he needed to consider one by one. Husband, can't you draw it tomorrow? There's no need to rush, right? When Han Yushi heard that, she knew that Li Zishuan was going to work overtime tonight, so she tried to persuade him. Hey, some things have to be done in one go. If you let go of this breath, it will take a long time to find it again. Wife, you don't have to worry. I'll go and rest when I'm tired. I won't force myself. Li Zishuan said softly as he stroked his wife's soft, jet-black hair. In fact, with his current martial arts cultivation, even if he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, he could still endure it. That's good. Husband, you have to keep your word. I won't disturb you anymore. Han Yushi knew that she couldn't persuade Li Zishuan to change his mind, so she compromised. Wife, go and have a rest. Li Zishuan said with a smile. Han Yushi nodded and left the study with the plate and food box. The study suddenly became quiet again, fire-resistant. First of all, the furnace must be fire-resistant. Li Zishuan looked at the blueprint that he had drawn before and was lost in thought. After a while, he muttered to himself, Yes, fire-resistant cement. I'll get the fire-resistant cement, by the way. Recently, I'll ask Fubin to go to Shuo Province and get some bauxite back. Suddenly, Li Zishuan's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Shuo Province, Shangxi. His college roommate in his previous life came from this city. That guy really had a mine at home. It was not a coal mine, nor an iron mine, but a bauxite mine. Li Zishuan went with him to see it during the National Day holiday one year. Coincidentally, his roommate had bragged to him about the history of Shuo Province, saying that the name Shuo Province already existed during the Northern Zhou Dynasty. Although it was renamed to Mai County during the Sui Dynasty, Li Yuan changed it back during the Tang Dynasty. It could be said that it was a famous historical city. The current Li Zishuan, relying on his memory, could even mark the detailed location of his roommate's bauxite mine on a map. Old classmate, I'm sorry, but let me borrow your mind first. You don't mind, right? Li Zishuan was like a neurotic talking to air. Bauxite was also known as high alumina clay. The main minerals were jasper, baymite, gibbsite, kaolinite, etc. It had a high alumina content. After grinding and calcining with limestone, it became fire-resistant cement. It was directly pressed into bricks and could be fired into fire-resistant bricks. The lowest refractory temperature could reach more than 1,500 degrees. In fact, the small blast furnaces of the Song Dynasty were generally built directly with clay, but they did not have a long lifespan. Li Zishuan wanted to build a blast furnace that was closest to the ones used in modern steel factories, so this kind of high-grade fire-resistant material used in modern steel furnaces was naturally used. What's more, he still had the bauxite mine that his old classmate left for him. It would be a waste not to use it. Chapter 10:13. According to the statistics of modern society, Shangxi was the province with the largest reserves of bauxite in the country. It was reasonable to say that it should be easy to find bauxite. However, if Li Zishuan wanted to find it in the shortest time possible, he could only go to his old classmate's iron mine. Who asked him to go to that bauxite mine? Who asked the modern Shuozhou to still be called Shuozhou in the Tang Dynasty? There were so many coincidences in this world. After solving the material problem of the furnace lining, Li Zishuan was faced with another problem, which was the heat dissipation problem inside the furnace. The melting point of iron was around 1,500 degrees Celsius, and the interior of the furnace was a relatively enclosed space. If the heat wasn't released in time, this thing was undoubtedly a time bomb. Once the heat accumulated to a certain degree, destroying the equipment was a small matter, but the damage to the personnel after the explosion was a big deal. Modern furnaces used special fans with powerful horsepower. Naturally, the cooling effect was great. However, in this era, there was no electricity. Even if there was a fan, it could not be turned. In fact, when it came to cooling fans, one had to talk about the ancient water drains. Many people thought that the water drains had the word water in them, so they should be irrigation tools. In fact, the water drains were invented by Du Shi during the Eastern Han Dynasty. At first, the water drains were called human drains, which used human power. Then they used animal power and horses, which were called horse drains. Until Du Shi used water drains, it was called water drains. In the future, the furnace in the workshop could use this type of water drains to dissipate heat. However, the dam on the Ba River had not been built yet. Without a certain drop in the water, it would be difficult for the water drains to turn. Let's use animal drains to dissipate heat first. Next year, we will build the dam and hydropower station. After the power grid is set up, we will think about other things. Li Zishuan muttered to himself. Thinking of this, he picked up the pen and began to draw. With his current engineering skills and drawing skills, drawing an improved version of the saddle, a blower that was pulled by a horse, was not a problem. In addition to blowing in air from the outside, the horse drains the internal heat of the furnace. It could also bring oxygen to the fire pool in the furnace and promote the combustion of the fuel. On a winter night, everything was silent. There were no sounds of insects or birds. The only sound that could be heard in the study was the rustling sound of pencil rubbing against paper. Yunshan was located outside of Chang'an City, so there was no sound from the night watchman. For Li Zishuan, it was convenient for him to concentrate on thinking and drawing. Under his modification, the blast furnace moved from modern times gradually lost its original appearance, but its efficiency did not decrease much. Moreover, the blast furnace after the modification was more and more suitable for the conditions and environment of the Tang Dynasty. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Zishuan hadn't left the study for 2 whole days. Han Yushi, who knew her husband's character, didn't persuade him to go back to his room, to rest even though she wanted to, because she knew that it would be useless to persuade Li Zishuan. Instead, it would only add to his troubles. In the past 2 days, Li Zishuan had been eating and living in the study. In front of him, there was already a thick pile of drawings. Those drawings that had been ruined were thrown all over the floor. On the other hand, his face did not look haggard at all. This was all thanks to the enormous spiritual power brought to him by the Supreme Mystery Sutra, as well as the endless flow of inner strength. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would have collapsed from exhaustion. Why did he work so hard? Li Zishuan might not be able to answer this question himself. Logically speaking, he now had power, and a beautiful wife. He only needed to eat and wait for death like other rich second generations. There was no reason for him to work so hard. If there was a reason, perhaps it could only be said that this was the stubbornness of an engineering nerd. Phew! Done. On the morning of the 3rd day, Li Zishuan checked all the drawings that he had drawn in the past few days. After finding that there were no problems, he let out a long sigh of relief and laughed. Creak! Almost at the same time, Han Yushi pushed the door open and entered. Her eyes were red as she said with heartache, "Husband, since you're done, quickly go and rest. Leave this place to this concubine." Judging from her speed, It was obvious that this woman had been waiting outside the study all this time. Li Zichuan was a little touched. This little woman. How heartbreaking. Ha ha, your husband isn't as delicate as you think. Don't worry, my wife. Why don't we go to the room to study the art of the boudoir? Li Zichuan touched his wife's smooth cheeks and said with a smile. Han Yushi said angrily, Husband, why are you still thinking about this at a time like this? Go to sleep. If you're still not asleep after 15 minutes, I'll just kill myself. To be able to say such things, it seemed that she was really anxious and angry. Li Zichuan quickly said, Okay. Your husband will go to sleep now. Wife, don't say such things in the future. Sigh. It seems that I have to wait a little longer before I can rest. Just as he was about to move to the bedroom, he suddenly stopped and said, Husband, wife, don't be anxious. It's not that your husband doesn't want to sleep, but there are guests. Han Yushi was about to get angry, but Li Zichuan interrupted her and said, After saying that, this guy walked out of the house slowly with his hands behind his back. The reason for that was that he heard footsteps coming from outside the house. Father-in-law, Faubert, Xiaobing, you're here? After a while, Li Zichuan's laughter came from outside the house. Han Yushi originally thought that Li Zichuan was just bluffing her, but after hearing that father-in-law, she couldn't be bothered to be angry with Li Zichuan and quickly ran out. Outside the house, Faubert and Han Li brought Fubin and 4 other middle-aged men over. Young master, I didn't dare to neglect the task that you gave me earlier. I'm here today to report back to you. Faubert stroked his beard and laughed. Ha ha, let's talk inside. Father, you're here? I'll go and get you some tea now. When Han Yushi came out of the study room, Li Zichuan and the rest had just entered the main hall. When she saw Han Li, she said happily. Although the Yinshan residence was very close to the Han family village after she moved in with Li Zichuan, Han Li rarely came over. Usually, he would only come over when he had something to do. That was why she was so excited now. Ha ha, wife, don't forget to get Faubert a cup of tea too. Li Zichuan laughed and joked. Han Yushi just realized that her father wasn't the only one who came. She quickly said guiltily, Of course, I won't forget. Everyone let out a burst of friendly laughter. Li Zichuan looked at Han Li and said with a smile, Father-in-law, you have to visit us more often in the future. Otherwise, Yushi will treat you as a guest. Chapter 1014. Li Zichuan understood why Han Lijing didn't come over often. It was mainly because he didn't want to disturb them, but he didn't think it was necessary. They were a family, so why did they have to make it seem like 2 different families? Besides, he and Han Yushi usually lived at night, so they couldn't be disturbed during the day. Han Lijing looked a little embarrassed. He coughed and said, This girl, sigh. It's my fault that I don't come to Yinshan often. But in the future, even if I want to, I won't have the chance to come over. Li Zichuan asked curiously, Why is that? Is father-in-law going on a long trip? Han Tianhu said, Let's not talk about this first. Manager Fu is looking for you. Let's talk about him first. Li Zichuan could only suppress the doubts in his heart and looked at Faubert. At this moment, Fu Bo said, Young master, you asked me to pick 4 people to manage the mine in Yifang County. I've brought them here today. This is Ni Taifeng, this is Yao Jie, this is Yu Xingzhen, and this is Shang Renguang. They are all old fellows in the workshop and can handle things independently. Faubert said as he pointed at the 4 middle-aged men he brought and introduced them. Li Zichuan knew Ni Taifeng. and Taifeng was the leader of the 5th Regiment of the Yanhuang College Construction Corps. This person had superb skills and was the technical backbone of the workshop. And Mom, you know the mission of this trip? Li Zishuan nodded and gestured for them to sit down. And Taifeng said, Marquis, Manager Fu already told us before we came. We all know the mission of this trip. Then do you know that if you are busy there, you might not be able to make it back before the new year? Li Zishuan asked again. The 4 people's faces froze. Finally, and Taifeng gritted his teeth and said, Marquis' big matter is important. To me, it doesn't matter where I spend the new year. Marquis, I don't care. Me too. Me too. The other 3 people also expressed their opinions. They knew that it was a rare opportunity to work for Li Zishuan face to face. Good. Don't worry. I will remember your efforts, and I will not mistreat you in the future. Li Zishuan nodded and praised. Marquis is too polite. The 4 people said politely. Li Zishuan looked at Li Zishuan and said, Xiao, how's your preparation? There was a hint of excitement in Fu Bin's eyes as he said, Young master, I'm ready. Biao Zi is also fine. We can leave at any time. Li Zishuan, that's good. The sooner the better, the better. You will leave tomorrow. Oh, Xiao, I have something I need you to. Wait, I want to get something. To get tea. My husband. I will go and get it. Coincidentally, Han Yushi came over with 6 cups of hot tea on a tray. Faubert, Han Lijing, and Taifeng, Yao Jie, Yu Xingzhen, and Shang Renguang each had a cup. Fu Bin was a junior and naturally did not have tea to drink. As for Li Zishuan, Han Yushi knew that he did not like tea and did not do anything unnecessary. When she heard Li Zishuan and Fu Bin's conversation, she quickly agreed to this task. After a while, she took out a stack of drawings and a map from the study. She then passed the map to Li Zishuan and said, My husband, do you want this? Not only did she know that Li Zishuan wanted Fu Bin to mine bauxite, but she also knew that Li Zishuan was going to hand over the drawings to Faubert. That was why she took them out. As for how she knew about these drawings, it was because Li Zishuan told her. Yes, this is it. Li Zishuan took the map and praised it. He then turned to Fu Bin and said, Come, Xiaobing, look here. Fu Bin curiously looked over and stared at the map for a while before asking, Young master, why are you showing me the map of Shuozhou? Hey, of course it is to mine. Li Zishuan remembered that he was going to mine his old classmate's mine and could not help but laugh. He used a pencil to draw a circle on the map of Shuozhou and said, Here. Yes, it should be here. Tomorrow, the few of you will go to Shuozhou first. It should be near the place I drew. There should be some white or grayish-white soil. Dig some back for me as soon as possible. Ah, dig. Young master, did I hear wrongly? When Fu Bin heard this, he was dumbfounded. He asked again, with uncertainty. The rest of the people in the room were also curious. They all looked at Li Zishuan, wanting to hear an explanation. Li Zishuan said angrily, You did not hear wrongly. This thing is very useful to me. As for what it is, you will know when the time comes. Here, take the map. Now go back and pack up. Tomorrow morning, you will leave with Biaozi and the rest. Fu Bin had a stomach full of questions and replied in a muffled voice, Yes, young master. Then he said goodbye to Faubert and left. And Taifeng and the other 3 also said goodbye when they saw that there was nothing else for them to do. Only the 3 of them were left in the room. Young master, why are you so sure that there is a bauxite mine there? Faubert finally could not hold back the questions in his heart and asked, At this time, no one used aluminum. The history of aluminum use in China should have started in the late Qing Dynasty. Therefore, Faubert naturally did not know the term bauxite. He could only use bauxite mine as a replacement. If I said that I dreamed about it, Faubert, you would definitely not believe me. Then I'll tell you the truth. I did dream about it. Li Zixuan pretended to think for a while. Then he suddenly, mischievously, Faubert's mouth twitched. He really wanted to pinch Li Zixuan's ear and ask, "What kind of education did you receive? Why are you so mischievous?" Cough, cough. The premise was that he had to know what mischievous meant. "Xiao Xian, this time I will go with them to Yifang County, right?" Han Lijing, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "Ah." "Father, you—" Han Yushi opened her small mouth in shock. Her face was full of confusion. When Li Zixuan heard this, he finally understood what Han Lijing meant when he said, "Even if this old man wants to come here in the future, I won't have many chances to come here." He hurriedly rejected, "Don't. Father-in-law, we already have enough people. You can just stay at home and enjoy your life. Why do you have to travel so far and tire yourself out?" Han Tianhu slapped his daughter's hand away and said, I am taking advantage of the fact that I can still do some work to help my dear son-in-law reduce your burden. Besides, now that Iron Egg has entered Yanhuang College and Yushi is married to you, I have no more worries. I can go to Hudong Road to help you look after the mine. What about the village?" Li Zixuan did not want his father-in-law to go so far to work, so he tried to find an excuse. Han Tianhu said, "You don't have to worry. I have already handed over all the affairs of the Han village to Brother Han Yun. There will be no trouble." Chapter 10:15. "Father, your leg is not good. How can you go so far away?" Yinshan Residence, Li Family Main Hall. Han Yushi heard that her father was determined to go to Hudong Road and couldn't help but speak up. Han Lijing smiled and said, "Yushi, your father is not so delicate. Besides, I'm going to Hudong Road to help Xiaoxian manage the mine, not to fight. The old injury on my leg is not a problem." Li Zixuan also wanted to persuade him a little more, but he heard Han Lijing continue, "In the war between the Tang Empire and the Tujue, countless soldiers were buried in the Hudong Road. So many years have passed. This old man can still see my old comrades in my dreams. This time, this old man will also bring a few jugs of good wine to pay respects to my brothers." In the 5th year of Wuda, Xieli Khan tore up the peace treaty with the Tang Empire and sent out tens of thousands of soldiers. Together with the exiled Lu Haida, they attacked the new city of Hudong Road. Li Yuan sent out 3 armies. Crown Prince Li Jianqing went to Changzhou Road, and Prince Qin Li Shimin went to Qinzhou Road to resist the 2 armies of the Turks. In addition, he sent Yunzhou supervisor Guozai to Yunzhong to ambush Xieli Khan's army. Left Wu Wei, General Duan Ditzao, went to Xiazhou to cut off the Turks' retreat. At that time, Qin Xiong was a general under Li Shimin and naturally went to battle with him. As Qin Xiong's personal guard, Han Tianhu naturally had to accompany him. It was also in that battle that Han Tianhu was shot in the thigh by the enemy in order to save Qin Xiong and completely became a cripple. Even so, he was considered lucky because in that battle, the Tang Empire lost thousands of soldiers. He was lucky to be able to keep his life in the end. In ancient times, when a war was over, it was impossible to transport all the bodies of the fallen back. And this was also unrealistic. In normal circumstances, the dead soldiers of one side would be collectively buried, and only the bodies of high officials and generals would be brought back to the imperial court. Thus, the soldiers who had died in battle had all been buried at the border between the Hedong Circuit and the Turks. Li Zishuan listened silently and finally stopped trying to dissuade him. In this world, other than family, friendship, and love, there was also a pure and hot-blooded feeling, and that was the friendship of a soldier. They were people who had been on the battlefield together, and they were closer than real brothers. They could truly trust each other with their backs, without any scruples. After a pause, Li Zishuan looked at Han Yushi. Although the latter's face showed reluctance, there was more understanding and relief. He then turned to Han Lijing and said, "Father-in-law, you can go. As for the mine, I will instruct Anai Taifeng and the others to listen to your orders. If anything happens over there, you can look for Fu Bin. That kid is quite familiar with the local authorities in the Lan province." Hearing this, Han Lijing's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation and excitement. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. What have I not seen in my life? It's just a long trip. It's not a big deal." Li Zishuan thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Father-in-law, after you go to Hedong Road, remember to tell Anai Taifeng and the others not to treat the miners harshly. They are all people who dig for food in the fields. It's not easy." This sentence made Han Lijing a little confused, but in the end, he nodded and replied, "Of course." In fact, he didn't know Li Zishuan's painstaking efforts. Since ancient China's use of minerals became more and more widespread, and mining technology became more and more mature, more and more mine owners tried to recruit people to mine. However, most of them liked to withhold the miners' wages and food, and they also squeezed the miners' strength too much. During the Ming Dynasty, there were many miners' revolts in the mines. Li Zishuan's instructions were to prevent trouble before it happened. Han Yushi interrupted at this time. "Father, then you must come back before the new year. Your daughter, Iron Egg, and mother are all waiting for you to come back for the new year." Hearing Han Yushi mention his late wife, Han Lijing's eyes immediately flashed with a trace of gentleness. He nodded solemnly and said firmly, "Okay, Father will definitely come back before the new year." After that, he got up and said, "Little Xian, you chat with Steward Fu. This old man will go back and pack up. Tomorrow, we will leave together with Fu Bin and the others." Obviously, he could also see that Li Zishuan and Faubert still had important matters to discuss. "Father-in-law, why don't you stay for lunch?" Li Zishuan urged him to stay. Han Yushi also looked over with eager eyes. However, Han Lijing said, No, this old man still has to go to Chang and to buy some things. You guys eat." After that, he looked at Li Zishuan, paused, and sighed inexplicably, "Little Xian, Yushi marrying you is this child's blessing. This old man will never tell you to treat her well, because this old man knows that you are a kind person. Even if this old man doesn't tell you, you will treat her well. This child is luckier than her mother in the past." With a sigh, Han Lijing waved his hand, turned around, and walked out of the door. His back looked somewhat miserable. "Hubby," Han Yushi felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart. She looked at Li Zishuan with tears in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but stopped. "It's okay. Father-in-law must be missing mother-in-law." Li Zishuan stroked Han Yushi's soft long hair and comforted her. "Ahem." Seeing that this young couple had neglected an old man like him, Faubert quickly coughed. Otherwise, he didn't know what these two people in front of him would do. "Young master." "Regarding the matter of the ironworks, I wonder if you have any ideas?" When Faubert saw that the couple had finally noticed him, he quickly asked. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and took a stack of blueprints from Han Yushi's hands. He handed it to Faubert and said, I have an idea. Here, Faubert, take a look. A thick stack of blueprints suddenly fell into his hands. Faubert couldn't help but be shocked. So many? Young master, did you start preparing for the steelmaking matter a few months ago? In his words, there was some admiration for Li Zishuan's foresight. To be honest, he did know that Li Zishuan drew blueprints quickly, but he never would have thought that Li Zishuan would draw so quickly. He had at least 200 or 300 blueprints in his hands. How could he have started preparing a few months ago? He only started drawing 2 or 3 days ago. He didn't sleep well for 2 consecutive nights. When Han Yushi heard Faubert's words, she couldn't help but say unhappily. Under normal circumstances, when Li Zishuan was talking about business with others, she rarely interrupted. This time, when she saw that Li Zishuan didn't care about his body, she was really angry. What? 2 or 3 days? Faubert was really shocked. The blueprints in his hands were almost thrown to the ground by him. Fortunately, he didn't have a heart attack or anything. Otherwise, he might have fainted by now. Even so, he was scared out of his wits. To be able to draw 200 or 300 such high-quality blueprints in 2 or 3 days, Faubert couldn't help but say to himself, "Is my young master a monster with 8 hands?" Chapter 10:16. Young master, you haven't slept for 2 nights? Then you should go and rest. We'll talk about the ironworks later. After recovering from his shock, Faubert finally caught the other layer of meaning in Han Yushi's words. It was also the most important layer of meaning. He hurriedly said to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Of course not. I did take a nap halfway through. Let's not talk about this first. Faubert, you should take a look at the blueprint first. If there's anything wrong, we can discuss it together. The ironworks must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Then, okay." Seeing that Li Zishuan was so insistent, Faubert knew that he could not persuade him otherwise. He lowered his head and began to look at the blueprint. Li Zishuan's blueprint was placed in a very particular order. First, the overall structure, then the specific structure. Faubert first saw the overall layout of the ironworks in the future, then the overall structure of each part, and then the specific structure of some of the key components. As he flipped through the blueprint page by page, a huge ironworks with a style completely different from this era gradually appeared in Faubert's mind. After doing engineering for a lifetime, Faubert still had the ability to visualize through drawings. A towering iron furnace stood in the middle of the factory. Pipes extended out from the furnace like the roots of an old tree, densely entrenched in the surroundings. 2 large chimneys towered into the clouds, as if they wished they could reach the clouds. They were constantly spewing thick smoke into the sky. The various machines in the workshop rumbled incessantly. Faubert was extremely shocked. Clearly, Li Zishuan's ironworks was not a small scale. Its scale was definitely one of the largest in the entire Tang Empire. But why did this steelmaking method feel so familiar to him? "Young master, why does this look a little like a shaft furnace?" Faubert suddenly remembered and asked. China was the first country in the world to use shaft furnaces to make iron. In ancient times, our country mainly used shaft furnaces to smelt pig iron. The iron shaft furnace was developed from the copper shaft furnace. At the end of the spring and autumn period, the method of smelting pig iron with a shaft furnace appeared. However, this method was not fully popularized until the Northern Song Dynasty. Shaft furnace smelting was an economical and effective method of smelting iron. Material was loaded from the top, and air was blown from the bottom to form the relative movement of the furnace material falling and the gas rising. The high-temperature gas produced by the combustion passes through the layer of material and ascends to transfer the heat to the furnace material. The carbon monoxide contained in it also had a reduction effect on iron oxide. In this way, the heat and chemical energy of combustion could be fully utilized. The lower layer of the furnace material was gradually reduced and melted, while the upper layer of the furnace material was slowly lowered from the top of the furnace. The furnace material was preheated to a higher temperature. Blast furnace iron making was born out of shaft furnace iron making. However, due to certain structural optimizations, the efficiency and quality of blast furnace iron making were far superior to shaft furnace iron making. Li Zishuan said with a smile, "This is not completely a shaft furnace. Faubert, if you look carefully, you should be able to tell the difference. I call this furnace a blast furnace." Faubert closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then he opened his eyes and said, "There are indeed many differences, but this old man doesn't know whether these differences are good or bad." Li Zishuan confidently said, "Of course they are good." With that, he pointed to a drawing and said, "For example, the air inlet of this blast furnace. Before it enters the furnace, I put it together. There is a fire pool below that is separated from the air inlet. It contains coal. Before the air enters the furnace, it will be heated to a very, very hot temperature. It can even directly melt iron. In this way, the efficiency of smelting iron will be greatly improved." Air preheating was the most critical step in modern steel production to improve the efficiency of smelting iron. High air temperature was also one of the main technical characteristics of modern blast furnace iron making. First of all, the heat required by blast furnace smelting was partly from the combustion heat released by the fuel in the furnace, and partly from the physical heat brought in by the high-temperature hot air. The more heat brought into the blast furnace by the hot air, the less fuel combustion heat was required, and the lower the fuel consumption. Therefore, increasing the air temperature could significantly reduce the fuel consumption and production cost. In addition, increasing the air temperature could also help to increase the theoretical combustion temperature in front of the tuyere. This would increase the temperature in the convoluted area of the tuyere and increase the heat in the furnace. This would help to increase the combustion rate of the pulverized coal, increase the amount of coal injected, and further reduce the coke ratio. Therefore, air preheating was the key technology for the blast furnace to achieve large-scale coal injection. It was also an important technological advancement in the history of blast furnace iron making. In Li Zishuan's impression, no one in the world had mastered this technology before the Industrial Revolution. Faubert seemed to understand something. He thoughtfully nodded and said, "What young master said seems to make sense. Maybe we can give it a try." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Actually, the benefits of this blast furnace are more than this. Faubert, you will slowly realize it in the future." Now, the most important thing is to build this iron-making factory. As for the interior of the furnace, I intend to use the white earth ores from Shuozhou to make the refractory material. We will wait for Xiaobing to transport the earth back. Faubert, your main task now is to look at the blueprints and see if there are any problems with the iron-making factory. Li Zishuan did not intend to build the first blast furnace on a large scale. The effective volume of the blast furnace on the blueprints was only about 100 cubic meters. In modern society, the world's largest effective volume blast furnace was Shagang Huaxing's blast furnace in China. The effective volume was 5,860 cubic meters, and the annual production of steel was close to 30 million tons. So, his iron-making factory was only a small workshop in modern times, but in ancient times it was definitely a giant. There should not be any big problems. At most, it will be a little troublesome. I will gather the craftsmen to plan this as soon as possible. Young master, you should have a good rest first. Don't tire yourself out. Faubert looked at the blueprints again and said after pondering for a long time. Li Zichuan finally heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, compared to most transmigrators, he was definitely considered lucky. This was because he had a workshop and had many excellent craftsmen by his side. Many new ideas. He only needed to draw out the blueprints, and the craftsmen behind him would think of ways to realize his ideas. He only needed to spend a little effort to draw the blueprints. Ha! Thank you for your concern, Faubert. My body is still fine, but you should also take care of your body. Don't tire yourself out. Li Zichuan smiled warmly and said. Faubert shook his head and got up. Young master, you don't have to worry about me. My old bones are getting stronger the more I move. If I lie in bed all day, I will fall sick. Young master, you should rest first. I will go back to the workshop to make arrangements. Li Zichuan hurriedly got up to send him off. After a moment, Faubert disappeared from the sight of the couple. Han Yushi said, Hubby, why aren't you resting? Do you want me to find? Before she could finish the words, Li Zichuan had already covered her mouth with his hand. Hey, you, what nonsense are you talking about? Let's go. Let's go back. Sleeping alone is better than sleeping. Ha. No way. Chapter 10:17. Li Zichuan slept from noon until the morning of the next day. It was true that his internal strength was profound and his spiritual power was strong. It was also true that he could maintain high-intensity work for a long time. However, it didn't mean that he didn't like to sleep because everyone would feel tired. It was just that people like him who practiced martial arts were more resistant to fatigue. Oh, cool. It's still better to sleep on the bed. Ha. Li Zichuan was awakened by the sunlight. He couldn't help but stretch and sigh at the top of his lungs. The person who slept next to him was no longer there. She must have woken up a long time ago. Husband, you're awake. Han Yushi heard the sound from the bedroom. She pushed the door open and looked at Li Zichuan with a gentle smile. Yes, I'm awake. Wife, what time is it now? Li Zichuan rubbed his numb face and asked, Husband, it's almost noon. I'll get you some water to wash your face. After washing up, quickly eat. You've slept for almost a day and a night. Han Yushi said, and turned to get water. Li Zichuan wanted to stop her, but it was too late. After washing up, Li Zichuan asked, Wife, where's father-in-law? Han Yushi's brows furrowed slightly, and she replied, Daddy set off with Fu, bin they all, when it was daybreak. Iron Egg is still at the academy. He didn't even have time to say goodbye. It was obvious that she was very worried about Han Lijing. Li Zichuan patted Han Yushi's shoulder and comforted her softly. Don't worry, my wife. Father-in-law can be considered someone who has been on the battlefield for a long time. Now that he's just going on a long trip, he'll definitely be fine. As for Iron Egg, I'll bring him to Chang and City. I heard that he has become the husband of Lin Wenyuan's eldest son. Bringing him to Chang, and will save him the trouble of going back and forth on the weekends. At the mention of her younger brother, Han Yushi's mood finally improved. She smiled and said, Husband, if I remember correctly, Iron Egg hasn't even entered the top 10 in this monthly exam, right? This brat hadn't even done his own homework, yet he was teaching others. When he comes back this weekend, let's see if this concubine, as his elder sister, will teach him a lesson. When it came to Iron Egg's education, Han Yushi had always been quite strict. Their mother had passed away early, So Han Yushi felt that she had the obligation to nurture Iron Egg into a talent. Most of the time, Li Zixuan couldn't even get a word in. As for how she found out that Iron Egg had become a tutor, wasn't it because Big Mouth Old, who accidentally revealed it? Ha. Clean up, clean up. As long as you're happy. Li Zixuan didn't care about it at all. Anyway, with Iron Egg's thick skin, being hit 2 or 3 times was like being tickled. Han Yushi rolled her eyes at her husband and said angrily, "Husband, what are you saying? What do you mean as long as I'm happy?" "I obviously want Iron Egg to focus on his studies and become a talent as soon as possible." Li Zixuan waved his hand and admitted defeat. Yes. My wife is right. Let's eat. Let's go eat." In the afternoon, Li Zixuan received news that the first batch of bean sprouts in his residence in Chang and had already grown. He naturally didn't bother to make a trip personally for such a small matter, so he directly ordered San Bao, who came to deliver the news, to send part of the first batch of bean sprouts to Zuixian Restaurant and another part to Yanhuang College. San Bao accepted the order and left. Li Zixuan looked at San Bao's back with an inexplicable expression. "My wife, when the bean sprouts become popular, do you think someone in our residence will sell the method of making bean sprouts to other merchants for money?" After a moment, Li Zixuan turned to look at Han Yushi and asked, of course. He didn't care about the little profit that the bean sprouts could bring. In fact, his main purpose was to use the bean sprouts to test the loyalty of the servants in the residence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly told all the servants in the residence about the method of making bean sprouts. Han Yushi frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "I don't think it's possible. We have always been kind to the servants in the residence, especially our father and mother. For so many years, they have rarely been harsh to the servants. The hearts of people are made of flesh. If we are good to them, they will certainly not betray us." Li Zixuan smiled and didn't deny it. I hope so." After saying that, he turned and walked down the mountain. He had given all the drawings to Faubert before, so he had to go and see if the blast furnace had started. Oh, if this old man's eyes are not blurry, there is a new dish today. Brothers are connected by heart. Why is the name of this dish so strange? The next day, at the Drunken Immortal Inn, after receiving a batch of bean sprouts from the Li estate yesterday, manager Lu asked the chef to try this dish overnight. This morning, he immediately added a new dish name to the menu of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Brothers are connected by heart. Soon, the regular customer of the Drunken Immortal Inn, Feng Zhihua, noticed the new addition to the delicacies in the restaurant, so he asked with interest. When manager Lu heard this, he was very proud because the name of this dish was something that he had thought of for a long time last night. No matter what, it was more vivid and more elegant than stir-fried bean sprouts, right? Boss Feng has good eyesight. This is the new signature dish of this restaurant. You must have never eaten it before. Why don't you try it today? This old man guarantees that this brothers are connected by heart will absolutely not disappoint you. I guarantee that after you eat the first plate, you will want to eat the second plate. Manager Lu narrowed his eyes and started to promote with all his might. Feng Zhihua laughed and said, "Then, let's have a plate first." In any case, the dishes of this Drunken Immortal Inn have never disappointed this old man. Now that he had become a righteous merchant personally conferred by Li Er, his life was even more carefree. Searching for delicacies everywhere could be considered as one of his usual hobbies. As for the price of these delicacies, he didn't care in the slightest. All right, moneymaker, quickly go and instruct the kitchen to give Boss Feng a plate of brothers' hearts. Manager Lu smiled and shouted at the waiter, All right, manager. The waiter responded and went to the kitchen to instruct. After approximately 7 minutes, the waiter came out with a plate of sparkling and translucent bean sprouts that emitted a faint fragrance, and then walked towards Feng Jihua's location. Boss Feng, your brother's hearts. This. Why does this look like bean sprouts? No, it's winter. How could there be bean sprouts? After Feng Jihua saw clearly what was on the plate, he spoke in surprise. Ha ha, Boss Feng, this isn't bean sprouts. You'll understand after you try it. Don't worry, you absolutely won't regret it after you eat it. Manager Lu was afraid that Feng Jihua would misunderstand. After all, a plate of bean sprouts was sold for over 600 copper coins, so he hurriedly came over to explain. Chapter 1018. Haha, since Manager Lu praises such a delicacy, this old man naturally has to give it a try. In the drunken immortal restaurant, Feng Jihua chuckled as he glanced at the sparkling and translucent bean sprouts on the plate. Finished speaking, he picked up his chopsticks and directly picked up a small handful of bean sprouts without waiting for the other dishes. The pure white bean sprouts were suffused with a clear oily sheen, causing Feng Jihua to involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. He didn't hesitate any longer and hurriedly put the bean sprouts into his mouth. Fragrant and juicy, crispy and sweet, with a trace of sour taste, causing one's appetite to be greatly aroused. I didn't expect to be able to eat such fresh and tender vegetables in this harsh winter. Too unbelievable. Too delicious. The moment the bean sprouts entered his mouth, Feng Jihua couldn't help but squint his eyes in comfort. After swallowing all the bean sprouts in his mouth, he opened his eyes and praised to Manager Lu, who was beside him. Eating vegetables in the winter had always been the patent of the imperial family. Some ministers who were in the emperor's favor, if they were lucky, might be able to get some vegetables as a reward from the emperor. But in any case, merchants like them would never be able to eat them. In this era, where imperial power reigned supreme, there were many things that couldn't be bought with money. Being able to eat vegetables in the drunken immortal restaurant today made Feng Jihua extremely surprised, and he thought in his heart, the drunken immortal restaurant is truly a magical place. They actually sell vegetables in winter. Ha! It's fine as long as Boss Feng is happy eating. You can eat first. This old man won't disturb your meal. Manager Lu said with a grin. AI, Manager Lu, take care. This old man still has something that I don't understand. Feng Jihua hurriedly put down his chopsticks and urged him to stay. Oh, Boss Feng, please speak. Cough, cough. This old man is just curious. Why is this dish called Brothers Connected by Heart? Feng Jihua pointed at the bean sprouts on the plate and asked, Yeah, Manager Lu, in my opinion, this is only bean sprouts. How can it be related to brothers connected by heart? But this thing is rather delicious in winter. Yes. I'm tired of eating pickled vegetables, fish, and meat in winter. It's rare to encounter such a refreshing and delicious dish. The Drunken Immortal restaurant is indeed amazing. The other customers had already noticed the commotion over here and came over to join in the fun. Shopkeeper Lu explained with a smile, Hee, everyone, please take a look. This brotherly bond is actually made from the sprouts of soybeans. The soybeans are the elder brother, and the newly grown sprouts are the younger brother. If the two of them are connected together, what else is it but brotherly bond? Smack, smack, smack. Feng Jihua clapped and laughed loudly as he said, Ha! Wonderful! Wonderful! What a good name! Manager Lu, this name is good. Of course, the taste of the dishes is even better. The rest of the diners echoed, Interesting, interesting. Shopkeeper Lu is really talented. This brotherly bond is not bad. Shopkeeper Lu, give us 2 plates. There were also some customers who caught some clues from Manager Lu's words. They asked, Manager Lu, you just said that this dish uses soybeans to sprout. But how can soybeans sprout in winter? Don't tell me it's soaked in water. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at this person as if they were looking at an idiot, causing this person to feel uneasy. Shopkeeper Lu's old eyes flashed, and then he said to that person indifferently, Wushu Liuli, this is a secret of the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Obviously, this was a barbarian merchant who didn't know much about the ways of the Central Plains dynasties. What is this person thinking? Didn't he ask around to find out who owns the Drunken Immortal Restaurant? How dare he come here to ask for the secret recipe? That's right. He's overestimating himself. All right, let's eat. These bean sprouts are a rare delicacy. We must eat our fill today. I didn't expect to be able to eat such delicious and tender vegetables in winter. The Drunken Immortal Restaurant is too amazing. That barbarian merchant's face turned green and white when he heard everyone's discussion. In the end, he apologized to Shopkeeper Lu and left. After a while, Feng Zhihua had eaten his fill. He stood up and prepared to pay the bill, but he couldn't bear to part with the delicious bean sprouts he just ate. He walked to the counter of the restaurant and asked Shopkeeper Lu in a low voice, Shopkeeper Lu, other than selling these Brotherhood-linked hearts in the restaurant, can this old man bring back some raw ones? Shopkeeper Lu narrowed his eyes and glanced at the diners in the hall. Then he said in a low voice, Others naturally can't, but since Boss Feng requested it, this old man will naturally give face to Boss Feng. When this old man returns, this old man will have someone send 5 caddies of freshly soaked Brotherhood-linked hearts to Boss Feng's residence. Feng Zhihua was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said excitedly in a low voice, Many thanks, Shopkeeper Lu. Yanhuang College's cafeteria also released a new dish today. However, unlike the elegant name of the Drunken Immortal Restaurant, there were only 4 words added to the menu, stir-fried bean sprouts. At first, the students who came to the cafeteria to eat after class didn't notice that there was a new dish in the cafeteria today. The main reason was that the same meat was served every day. No one would have thought that fresh vegetables would suddenly appear. Moreover, even if someone noticed the words stir-fried bean sprouts on the menu, they wouldn't know what kind of dish it was, so they wouldn't order it. However, there was one person who did know, and that was Li Tai. The little fatty came to the cafeteria after school. When he saw the new stir-fried bean sprouts on the menu, he was shocked at first, then ecstatic. He didn't hesitate at all, and directly ran to the window that sold bean sprouts. Master, give me 3 servings of stir-fried bean sprouts and 2 bowls of rice. Li Tai hurriedly said when he arrived at the window. He was afraid that the dishes would be snatched away by others if he was late. In fact, he had ordered too many dishes. Until now, he was the only one who was willing to buy bean sprouts. Okay, it's a total of 900 copper coins. The waiter said as he finished ordering the dishes. The bean sprouts were sold at the Drunken Immortal Restaurant for 666 copper coins a plate. At Yanhuang College, it was only 300 copper coins. As for the rice, it was free. Here you go. After the little fatty paid, he immediately carried the tray and planned to find a seat to enjoy the meal. Li Ku, Chung Chumo, and a few others who followed behind him surrounded him. Chung Chumo said, Wow, Chinke, your appetite is so good today. You ate so much. What kind of dish is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Oh, it smells so good. Chinke, where did you get this dish? What's its name? Tell us quickly. Li Ku sniffed with his nose and immediately said with a face full of excitement, Sun Zifen licked his lips and chuckled. That's right. Chinke, tell us quickly. We can't enjoy the delicious food alone. Li Tai placed the tray on the empty seat beside him, pointed at the window where he had just gotten his meal, and said, Here, it's at that window. The dish is called stir-fried bean sprouts. Chonyo, you guys go quickly. Chapter 1019. Damn. Delicious. Delicious. I didn't expect to be able to eat vegetables in the academy during winter. It's so good. At Yanhuang College, Chungchumo, and the others each bought a serving of bean sprouts and sat beside Li Tai. After tasting it, Chungchumo immediately opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, Yes, yes, I've been eating pickled vegetables and fish recently. This stir-fried bean sprouts came at the right time. It's really delicious. Sun Zifen's mouth was stuffed with food as he mumbled incoherently. The other students couldn't help but be curious when they saw that these typical second-generation officials of the academy were actually crazy over a dish. After hearing the name of the dish, they also went to buy bean sprouts because they believed in the taste of these second-generation officials. Oh, delicious, delicious! How did you make these bean sprouts? They're crispy and refreshing. It's really delicious. So fragrant. It's better than meat. 300 copper coins for a serving. It's really worth it. What do you mean it's really worth it? It's really worth it. No, I have to buy 3 more servings. It's really good to eat this. I want to go too. Brother Zhou, wait for me. 300 copper coins for a serving of bean sprouts. Logically speaking, it wasn't expensive. At least, that was what the students thought in their hearts after tasting the bean sprouts. After all, vegetables in the winter had always been priceless. Since when could commoners eat vegetables in the winter? Many of the students who were rich really wanted to take out 1,000 copper coins and directly buy all the bean sprouts in the academy. Of course, this idea was unrealistic because they simply couldn't carry that many copper coins. In short, the moment the bean sprouts appeared in the academy, they quickly became popular. The previously deserted window that sold bean sprouts was instantly filled with long queues. In order to increase the efficiency of the meal, the cafeteria manager had no choice but to let all the windows start selling bean sprouts, which slightly relieved the pressure of the meal. However, not everyone could afford to eat stir-fried bean sprouts that cost 300 copper coins per serving. For those poor students, spending 300 copper coins on a meal was really too extravagant. Fortunately, Yanhuang College provided many part-time jobs for them, and the salary was quite good. Overall, they could afford to eat bean sprouts once a week. And it wasn't just bean sprouts, it was enjoyment. After all, in the past, only the royal family could eat vegetables in the winter. For this lunch, the 200 caddies of bean sprouts prepared by the academy's cafeteria were all snatched by the students' tea. In contrast, the popular meat dishes in the past, such as gnawed chicken, dompa meat, and so on, were difficult to sell. In order to avoid wasting ingredients, the cafeteria manager had to reduce the price of all the meat dishes. Therefore, this strange scene appeared. The rich students were eating vegetables, while the poor students were eating meat. It was the complete opposite of what they used to be. TSK, let me tell you, the only reason you can eat bean sprouts today is all because of me. If I didn't strongly recommend Yamacho to provide bean sprouts to the academy's cafeteria, you might not be able to taste such delicious food in your lifetime. After lunch, on the way back to the classroom, Li Tai began to brag to Chungchumo, Li Ku, and the others. Damn, based on what you said, Chinke, you've already tasted bean sprouts. I say, aren't you a little too disloyal? You don't even share the good stuff with us, and you actually eat it alone. When Chungchumo heard this, his face was filled with indignation. Li Tai said unhappily, I'm disloyal? If I'm disloyal, the academy wouldn't even have bean sprouts. It's Yamacho who eats alone, not me. Ugly ox, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can go and find Yamacho. Chung Chumo's old face fell, and he immediately admitted defeat. Who's dissatisfied? Well, no matter what, it's good to have bean sprouts. These bean sprouts are really delicious. After saying this, Chung Chumo's face revealed an expression of reminiscence. He could eat, drink, and talk, but asking him to find Li Zixuan to reason, wasn't this looking for excitement? He wasn't stupid. Of course he wouldn't go. The few of them immediately burst into laughter. If the Academy's cafeteria was like this, then the Drunken Immortal restaurant was even crazier. Have you heard? The Drunken Immortal restaurant released a fresh vegetable today called Brothers Linked Hearts, and it's only 666 copper coins per serving. What? Fresh vegetables? How is that possible? Isn't fresh vegetables only available in the soup department? Brother Lou, have you been deceived? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The juicy, crispy, and tender vegetables are definitely fresh. The world's righteous merchant Feng, Zhihua, just ate it, and he couldn't stop praising it. Brother Lou, what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. 600 copper coins per serving of fresh vegetables. It's a waste not to eat it. That's reasonable. Let's go quickly. Don't lose it in a while. The news of a fresh vegetable appearing in the Drunken Immortal restaurant spread throughout the entire Cham and city in the shortest time possible. At first, people did not believe it, but later on, more and more people spread the news. Furthermore, each and every one of them swore solemnly, as if they had eaten in person. Finally, regardless of whether they had eaten lunch or not, whether they had money or not, everyone rushed madly to Shi City, to Drunken Immortal restaurant. Some people thought that even if they didn't have the money to try it, smelling the fragrance would be considered a profit, right? How could the small, Drunken Immortal restaurant accommodate so many people? Thus, Manager Liu decisively launched a takeout service for bean sprouts and temporarily opened 5 sales windows so that customers could directly buy from the window and bring it home to eat. It's really fresh vegetables, not pickles. The Drunken Immortal restaurant is indeed extraordinary to actually be able to get fresh vegetables in the middle of winter. Fragrant, too fragrant, fragrant and refreshing, crispy and juicy. To be able to eat such delicacies in the middle of winter, it's really not easy. Shout on quickly go and buy another serving for this old master, and a bowl of rice while you're at it. Some people even brought utensils with them when they went out. When they smelled the unique fragrance of the bean sprouts, they couldn't help but start gorging themselves on the streets of the West City without caring about their image. In an instant, the fragrance drifted through the air, making those who came to watch the fun gulp their saliva. 600 copper coins per serving. I'll buy it. Today, I want to have a taste of the vegetables in winter. Yes. In the past, we couldn't even eat it in the winter. This year, it's rare that the Drunken Immortal restaurant is selling vegetables. It'll be a pity if we don't try it. Many people who had a small amount of money, but weren't extremely rich and extravagant, couldn't resist the temptation when they saw others eating so happily, and one by one, they began to donate generously. Chapter 10:20. Yesterday afternoon, the Drunken Immortal restaurant received more than 600 caddies of bean sprouts. Shopkeeper Liu thought that it would at least last for 3 to 5 days, but the result was out of his expectations, because the 600 caddies of bean sprouts only lasted for 4 hours in the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Yes, you didn't hear wrong. It only lasted for 4 hours. From the time when the first plate of bean sprouts was served to the time when the bean sprouts were all stir-fried, it really only took a little more than 4 hours. All of the chefs in the drunken immortal restaurant's hands were sore from cooking. No, shopkeeper Lou, it's only 3 in the afternoon, and your brother's heart is already sold out. Some of the people who heard the news late were told that the bean sprouts were already sold out when they finally got in line. They couldn't help but ask Shopkeeper Lou. Shopkeeper Lou bitterly smiled and said, "Old Master Zhu, I'm really sorry. There are too many people buying Brother's heart today. If you come early tomorrow, you will definitely be able to buy it." Old Master Zhu sighed and said regretfully, I miscalculated. In the morning, I went to the farm outside the city. When I returned, I heard that the drunken immortal restaurant was selling fresh vegetables. I immediately rushed over, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't make it in time. I say, Shopkeeper Lou, you must prepare a lot of things tomorrow. Don't sell it out again. If you really can't, you can sell it at a higher price. That way, it won't be sold out. When these words came out, many people who didn't lack money but didn't buy Brother's heart today echoed, "Yes, Shopkeeper Lou, you must prepare more Brother's heart tomorrow. You can sell it at a higher price." That's right. 666 copper coins for a set is really too cheap. In my opinion, these fresh vegetables should at least be sold for a set amount of money. When these people said this, those commoners who didn't have rich family backgrounds and just wanted to buy a plate of bean sprouts to taste immediately became anxious. However, in front of these rich people, the poor like them didn't have the right to speak. Thus, they could only look at Shopkeeper Lou anxiously. Shopkeeper Lou repeatedly waved his hand and said, that's not right. That's not right. The price of Brother's heart is set by my family's marquee. I don't dare to arbitrarily change it. Moreover, my family's marquee has always been kind-hearted and hopes to do something for the people. Now, even my marquee feels that the price of 600 copper coins is a little expensive. If not for the cost, the price might have been even lower. How could this old man dare to go against my marquis's wishes and lower the price without permission? Once this was said, the commoners all cheered. The Marquis of Yom and is truly a kind person. First, he made plows for us commoners. Then, he lowered the price of books and set up an academy to take in children from poor families for free. Now, he wants us poor commoners to taste fresh vegetables in the winter. He's really a great benefactor sent to us by the heavens. That's right. My brother-in-law's family is one of Marquis's farmers. According to him, Marquis treats them very well. Not only did we lend them money without interest, but we also waived a lot of rent for them. What do you mean? My neighbor, Lu Lauer's son, got into Yanhuang College this year. Not only did he not need money, he even earned 30 strings of coins from the college. Whoa, there's such a thing? Is that true? Why would I lie to you? I heard that the child got into the top 10 in the monthly exam. The 30 strings of coins was a reward from Marquis. This child is really promising. He should be thanking Marquis for giving those children a chance to learn. Shopkeeper Lou was a crafty person. He used this small detail to boost Li Zishuan's reputation in front of the commoners. The commoners were simple and talkative. They were grateful for Li Zishuan's kindness from the small matter of the price of the bean sprouts. As they chatted, they brought up the recent scholarship incident at the college. Li Zishuan's image in their hearts instantly improved by a few notches. What? More than 800 caddies of bean sprouts were all used up today? Evening, Yinshan residence. When Li Zishuan heard the news from Sanbao, he asked in surprise, "More than 800 caddies of bean sprouts." According to the serving size of Zuetian restaurant's dishes, 1 caddy of bean sprouts could be used for 2 plates. 800 caddies meant 1,600 plates. 1,600 plates of bean sprouts were sold out in one meal. Even those big restaurants in his previous life didn't have a dish that sold so well, right? Moreover, the price of these bean sprouts wasn't cheap. Senbao said excitedly, "Yes, young master." Shopkeeper Lu came to our residence to ask for more. So old madam gave him 500 caddies of the bean sprouts we collected today and sent the remaining 200 caddies to the college. Young master, your decision back then was really wise. Senbao is truly in awe. Most of the bean sprouts in the Li residence were distributed by the servants. Now that the bean sprouts were selling so well, old Madam Li and old Madam Li would definitely not mistreat these meritorious people. Thus, Senbao was very excited, and her hands were trembling. She was also Li Zishuan's bootlicker. Li Zishuan slapped the back of Senbao's head and said, "What do you mean by prostrating? It's prostrating, okay? You should read more books when you're free. You understand?" Yes. Young master, you're right. I'll definitely read more books when I'm free." Senbao nodded hurriedly and giggled. Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and said, "Ask the servants to distribute more bean sprouts and use up all the beans in the warehouse as soon as possible." "Yes, young master." Senbao nodded subconsciously, but then felt that there was something wrong with Li Zishuan's words. Puzzled, he asked, "Young master, you mean that you don't want to buy more beans?" Yes. Li Zishuan was thinking about other things and only replied with a faint yes. Senbao found it hard to accept. He asked anxiously, "Young master, why don't you buy more beans? Bean sprouts are so profitable. I've already calculated that 1 caddy of beans can produce about 10 caddies of bean sprouts, which can be sold for more than 10,000 copper coins. But 1 caddy of beans only costs 8 copper coins. How can you just give up on such a profitable business?" Li Zishuan came back to his senses and saw Senbao's pitiful look. He couldn't help but find it funny. He teased, "Your math skills are not bad. Where did you learn it from?" Senbao didn't look happy at all. Instead, he lowered his head and replied, "Young mistress taught me when she was bored." Lana, Li Zishuan was stunned. He shook his head and laughed. Then he looked at the dejected Senbao and kicked the latter's leg. He said, "That's enough. One must be content with what one has. We can't be in the bean sprouts business forever, right? Look at how useless you are. Go back to Chang, and now." Chapter 10:21. Li Zishuan definitely wouldn't be in the bean sprout business for the rest of his life. What he wanted to do in the Tang Dynasty was to become a technological powerhouse, not to develop the country through commerce. The so-called commerce was just a tool in his hands. As an engineering nerd, what he valued was technology, not small profits. Thus, he definitely wouldn't continue relying on bean sprouts to get rich for long. He was just eating the fish head market. As for the fish body and fish tail, he intended to let others eat them. As for who he would give them to, that would depend on the situation later on. The popularity of the bean sprouts had only just begun. On the second day, the 1,000 gene of bean sprouts prepared by the drunken immortal were sold out in a single day, because those who had eaten the bean sprouts and came from well-off families all became repeat customers of the Connected Brothers. As for those who hadn't eaten the bean sprouts, after hearing the praises of the Connected Brothers for the entire day, they naturally came over to try it. Thus, the number of customers who came to buy the bean sprouts on the second day was much more than the first. It was worth mentioning that the head eunuch in charge of purchasing in the palace had specially come to the drunken immortal to purchase a batch of bean sprouts. The bean sprouts he purchased were naturally raw. After all, It was food that Li Er ate. So, how could he hand it over to someone outside the palace to cook? The street in front of the Drunken Immortal Inn was bustling with activity. Many people were buying and eating on the spot. Those who had carriages sat in them, while those who didn't have carriages found a place to eat on the street. Upon seeing this, the shopkeepers of the restaurants and shops beside the Drunken Immortal Inn decided to clean up their shops. They placed some empty tables and chairs inside and outside the shop to provide a place for those who were eating bean sprouts on the street. Of course, there was a charge for this. Outside the shop, it was cheaper at 5 copper coins per seat. Inside the shop, it was more expensive at 20 copper coins per seat. They even provided free tea. If those customers took a fancy to the items in the shop and bought them, they would earn even more. Because the Drunken Immortal Inn knew the secret to growing bean sprouts, they ate the meat at the front. Even though the surrounding shops didn't know the secret, they still had to follow behind to drink some soup, right? On the second day, the 1,000 gene of bean sprouts of the Drunken Immortal Inn were all sold out. Even if the surrounding shops followed behind to drink soup, they still earned a fortune. Every shop earned at least 5 strings of coins, more than usual. The third day, the Drunken Immortal restaurant once again exerted its strength and prepared 1,100 pounds of bean sprouts, but it was still unable to hold off the crazy diners. As the only restaurant that could provide fresh vegetables in the winter, it was difficult for the Drunken Immortal restaurant not to become popular. Through this matter, it had once again established its position as the overlord of the restaurants in Chang'an City. As for Yanhuang College, the supply of bean sprouts had been increased to 300 caddies. However, the students still finished the 300 pounds of bean sprouts. After all, there was no lack of rich second generations in the academy. It was common to see one person eating several portions of bean sprouts. For example, Li Tai and Cheng Chimo. On the fourth day, the Drunken Immortal restaurant prepared more than 1,500 caddies of bean sprouts, and they barely managed to last until the restaurant closed at 5 p.m. Although this had not reached the daily consumption limit of bean sprouts for the people of Chang, and it had already reached the physical limit of the chef of Drunken Immortal restaurant, they were really too tired these few days. After manager Lu promised to double the salary for this month, the chefs felt a little better. The Drunken Immortal restaurant continued to become popular because of the bean sprouts, which naturally attracted the envy of others. After all, the daily consumption of over 1,000 caddies of bean sprouts was close to 200 strings of coins. Although the cost of bean sprouts was unknown, it should not be too high. This was truly a profitable business. How is it? Is it still not working? In Yunlai restaurant, a middle-aged man with a full beard had his hands behind his back and an ugly expression on his face as he asked the servant in front of him. Looking at his face carefully, it was the barbarian merchant who had asked manager Lu how to distribute bean sprouts. Wuzhu Lulin. Master, it's still not working. Beans are basically rotten after being soaked in water for a day and night. They can't be eaten at all, let alone sprouts. The servant said with a bitter expression. Hearing this barbarian merchant already knew that the Drunken Immortal restaurant's brotherly connection was soaked in beans. In fact, this barbarian merchant was not the only one who knew that the brotherly connection was soaked in beans. Basically, anyone with half a brain would be able to figure it out. There were even more people who secretly distributed bean sprouts. This was also one of the reasons why Li Zishuan did not expect the bean sprouts to make a lot of money, because this kind of low-tech thing could be easily understood by others. It was just a matter of time. Take the nibbled chicken, for example. 2 months after it was released, there were already imitations on the market. If he did not want others to imitate it, he could only raise the technology of the product. This was why he had always paid attention to technology. The workers in the workshop were currently receiving the best treatment in the entire Great Tang. Bastard! This old man has spent so much money to raise you, but you can't even do such a simple thing. You're all a bunch of trash. The middle-aged barbarian merchant roared. With a paw, he smashed the vase on the table beside him. At this moment, a beautiful barbarian woman with a seductive figure and revealing clothes walked over. That barbarian woman walked over and grabbed the barbarian merchant's hand. Then she placed it on one of her peaks for warmth and said coquettishly, "Master, don't be angry. It's not like there's no other way." After saying this, the barbarian woman turned to the manservant and said, "You can leave for now." "Yes, madam." The manservant hurriedly withdrew as if he had been pardoned. The barbarian merchant's interest had already been piqued. At this moment, seeing that there were only the two of them in the room, he hurriedly asked, "Madam, just what kind of brilliant plan do you have? Hurry up and tell this old man." The barbarian woman smiled sweetly, her smile bewitching as she said, "Master, if we can't make it ourselves, we can steal it." "Steal? How do we steal it?" No matter how bewitching the barbarian woman's smile was, the barbarian merchant remained unmoved. This was because at this moment he only had eyes for small amounts of money. The barbarian woman coquettishly said, "Master, you've been intelligent all your life, so how can you be so foolish now? The drunken immortal Lin's heart-linked brothers sells an astonishing amount every day. There must be a lot of people involved in the production. Snow Cherry has already asked around for master. These heart-linked brothers are soaked in soybeans by the servants of the Eternal Peace Marquis estate. As long as we can get in touch with the servants of their estate and entice them with benefits, we won't have to worry about not knowing how to soak soybeans, right?" The barbarian merchant's eyes darted around, and then he was overjoyed. "Ha ha! Wonderful! Wonderful! My Snow Cherry is really exceptionally intelligent. Madam, you've done a great service this time. Once it's done, this old man will definitely dote on you." Even though there were risks in stealing secrets, especially when they were stealing secrets from Li Zixuan's estate, many merchants were willing to take risks in the face of enormous benefits. "Master, you're so hateful. Chapter 10:22. "Miss Lien, are you really not going to reconsider?" In Shi City, in a room of a tea house, a young woman in a thick dress said to a little girl. This little girl was the Li residence's maidservant. "Lien, no, no, I will never betray young master and young madam." Lien shook her head fiercely and replied. Today, she had come to the pharmacy in Shi City to get some medicine for her mother. However, a woman stopped her halfway and said that she had a way to treat her mother's illness. She was overjoyed and followed her to this tea house. However, she did not expect that woman to actually want to use 100 strings of money to exchange for the Li residence's bean sprout secret formula. Lan subconsciously rejected it in her heart because the 2 strings of money in her purse to buy medicine were lent to her by Han Yushi yesterday. With that, Lien turned to leave. However, the 2 burly men guarding the door took a step forward and blocked her way. "Miss Pingxiang, what do you mean by this?" "I'm from the Marquis's residence, and this is the foot of the Emperor. Do you want to commit murder?" A hint of panic flashed in Lien eyes, but when she remembered that this was the capital, she calmed down slightly and forced herself to remain calm. "Impudent! All of you, leave. Don't scare the guests." The woman waved her hand and scolded the 2 burly men at the door. Then she went forward and grabbed Lien's hand. She smiled and said, "Hee, Lien, you might have misunderstood what I meant just now. I didn't ask you to betray the Marquis of Yong, and I just want to know how these soybeans are soaked into bean sprouts. Don't worry, after I know. I will definitely leave Chong and immediately go to other counties to sell bean sprouts. Naturally, I won't harm the Marquis of Yong and's interests, and you can't be considered as betraying the Marquis of Yong. And don't you think so? Lien frowned slightly and remained silent. Seeing this, the woman continued to persuade. Besides, your mother is sick now. You definitely don't have enough money, right? Sister Lien, as long as you tell me the bean sprout recipe, not only will I give you 100 strings of cash, I will also help you find the most famous doctor in the world to treat your mother. Think about it. When your mother recovers, you will still have 100 strings of cash. Why would you still need to be a maidservant in the Marquis's residence? At that time, you will become a rich family's young miss. Don't you think so? Lien-er's expression finally changed. She opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Is what you said true? Will you really leave Chong? And will they really find a doctor to cure my mother's illness? The young woman was overjoyed. She pointed to a black package on the table and smiled sweetly. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Here is the 10 strings of coins. As long as you tell me the secret recipe, I will give you the 10 strings of coins immediately. After Big Sister verifies your method, I'll give you the remaining 90 strings of money. As for the doctor, I can send the doctor to your house tomorrow to treat your mother's illness. What do you think? Miss Lien-er's little face was instantly filled with conflict. Under the young woman's overbearing gaze, she thought for a long time and still refused. I can't say. I don't know if you're lying to me. Let me think about it. It's getting late. I have to go buy medicine for my mother. With that, she hurriedly ran out of the door. The 2 men outside the door wanted to stop her, but they didn't hear the woman's order and could only let Lien-er leave. In the side room, after Lien-er left, a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes walked out from behind the screen. This was none other than the concubine of the merchant Wuzhu Liushi. Madam, she didn't agree. This servant has failed. Madam, please punish this servant. The young woman bowed and said. The woman called Snow Cherry waved her hand, and then she lifted the young woman's chin and chuckled. Ha ha, Lingmeng, this isn't your fault. Besides, that girl has already been tempted. Whether she succeeds or fails is still unknown. Think of a way to ask her out tomorrow. If 100 strings of coins isn't enough to move her, then 200 strings of coins. If 200 strings of coins isn't enough, then 500 strings of coins. If this matter is done well, I will let the old master favor you well. Yes, it was she who had ordered her maid to tempt Lien-er into revealing the secret recipe for bean sprouts. She had not personally appeared because she was a most Tang people looked down on and Lien-er was from a Marquis estate. There was a high chance that she would also look down on Moreover, she was hiding behind the scenes. Once the matter was exposed, she would be able to escape unscathed. Thank you, madam. The young woman softly thanked her. Mother, the medicine is here. I'll help you up to drink it. South of Chong and City Don Square, in a small run-down courtyard, Lien-er held a bowl of medicine as she spoke to an old woman lying on a bed. Lien-er, how many times has Mother told you not to waste money? Mother has lived long enough. I can't be a burden to you. The old woman looked at her daughter, whose face was still covered in ash, and sighed. Mother, what are you saying? You gave birth to me and raised me. No matter what, your daughter will take care of you for the rest of her life. How can you call me a burden? Lien-er hurriedly said. The old woman sorrowfully said, Lien, mother has let you down. You lost your father when you were young. Mother couldn't raise you, so I could only sell you to Master Li as a maid. Mother only gave birth to you, but I didn't raise you. Now, mother can't be a burden to you. Mother, if you say such things again, Lien will get angry. Lien stomped her feet and said, Besides, it was fortunate that you sold me to the Li estate back then. Old master and old madam are both kind people, and young master and young madam are also good masters. Moreover, young master is favored by the emperor and will definitely have a bright future. Who knows how many people want to be a maid in the Li residence? It's a pity that they don't have this fortune. The old woman agreed with Lien words. She said with a face full of joy, Lien, you're lucky to have a master like Marquis. Otherwise, I would really regret it for the rest of my life. Mother prays for the Marquis of Yong, and every day I pray that he will be healthy and live a long life. I pray that his family will prosper for generations. This way, Lien, you will have someone to rely on. Enough, mother. Don't say such things. The medicine is getting cold. Quickly drink it, Lien hurriedly said with some complicated feelings in her heart. All right, but Lien, you're not allowed to secretly buy medicine behind mother's back next time. Mother's illness is actually almost healed. I understand, mother. Only then did the old woman drink the medicine in the bowl. Then she muttered to herself, This Marquis of Yong and's wife is really kind. She lent you money and actually didn't set a time limit for you to return it. She and the Marquis of Yong and are really good people. If anyone dares to harm such good people, mother will definitely turn into a vengeful spirit and seek revenge after death. Lien's body couldn't help but tremble. The face of the young woman who came looking for her during the day involuntarily appeared in her mind. Almost instantly, she made a decision in her heart. Chapter 1023 Marquis, Yinshan Residence Li Family. Tang Feiji whispered something into Li Zishuan's ear. Li Zishuan's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. He muttered, 12? There are so many people who don't want to be left out. Tang Feiji cupped his fists and said, Marquis, do you want me to capture all these servants and send them to the imperial governor's office? Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and waved his hand. No need. Give them one more chance. Let's see if they can rein it in. Today, I will return to Chang. And with you, Tang Feiji did not understand, but he still cupped his fists and said, Yes, sir. Not long after, the master and servant rode towards Chang and city. As for Han Yushi, she returned to Chang, and on the first day of the bean sprout sale to take charge of the situation. Young master, you're back. The little bootlicker, San Bao, who was guarding the entrance of the Li residence, said excitedly when he saw Li Zishuan return on his horse. Yes. Have you been reading a lot lately? Li Zishuan threw white ease reins to San Bao and asked casually. San Bao took the reins and scratched his head. I've been studying. San Bao is still studying when he's in the toilet. Li Zishuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and went straight to the front hall. Little Xian is back, although Chang, and was not far from Yinshan residence. As long as they did not see each other every day, Madame Li was still worried about her son. When she saw Li Zishuan return, her face immediately revealed a look of warmth. Yes, Li Zishuan agreed, and sat down to chat with his parents for a while. At this time, Yi Guozhong happened to pass by the door. After glancing at Li Zishuan in the room, he stopped in his tracks and said, "Yo, little Xian is back." Li Zixuan stood up and said, "Yes, how are grandfather and grandmother recently?" After getting along with Yi Guozhong and old Madam Yi for a long time, Li Zixuan found that they were not bad people. Old Madam Yi, needless to say, had always been very kind. Although Yi Guozhong was a bit extreme, Li Zixuan asked himself what had happened in the past. If he were in Yi Guozhong's position and knew that his daughter's sweetheart was destined to be a jinx, he would probably do something to break up the couple. Now that this old man had stepped down from his position as the patriarch of the Yi family, his personality had also become more open-minded. After all, he had once managed a large family clan. His vision and experience were still very sophisticated. Many times, he could give Li Zixuan a lot of pertinent suggestions, which benefited Li Zixuan a lot. Yes, everything was good. Little Xian, come out. Grandfather has something to say to you. Yi Guochan nodded and waved his hand. Li Zixuan naturally agreed. After informing his parents, he followed Yi Guozhong to an old ginkgo tree in the northwest corner of the courtyard. Little Xian. Recently, our family's bean sprouts have been selling very well in Chang, and you should know about it, right? Yi Guozhong asked Li Zixuan with his hands clasped behind his back. Li Zixuan understood, and roughly understood, why Yi Guozhong called him out. He replied, "Of course I know." Yi Guozhong nodded and said with a heavy heart, "Little Xian, although the Li family is small in number, with your position in the imperial court, it's only a matter of time before you become a powerful family that dominates a region. Now that you're in charge of the Li family, you have to consider the interests of the family. For example, bean sprouts are a profitable business, but once others learn how to make them, you'll be in a passive position, little Xian. In recent days, this old man has noticed that some servants in your residence have been leaving the residence very frequently. I reckon that it's very likely that other restaurants, merchants, or families want to get the secret recipe of bean sprouts through them, but you actually turned a blind eye to it and hid in Mount Yinshan to live a leisurely life. You're really... At the end, Yi Guozhong's old face was a little red. Obviously, he was angry. If the person in front of him was his own son, he would have slapped him. Li Zixuan was happy in his heart. He secretly thought that the old man's vision was quite shrewd and ruthless. He could actually see the hidden danger in the residence. Seeing Yi Guozhong's angry face, Li Zixuan quickly cupped his hands and said, "Grandfather, please calm down. In fact, I've already expected this. But in my opinion, the Li family can't monopolize the bean sprouts' secret recipe forever. This method isn't difficult to learn. During the process, you just need to pay attention to changing the water and air of the bean sprouts. Even if the servants in the residence don't say it out, the people outside will definitely be able to figure it out within a month or two. Grandfather, don't you think so?" Yi Guozhong pondered for a moment and sighed. He nodded and said, "According to what you said, it's really possible. But if you strictly ordered the servants not to leave the residence at will from the beginning, perhaps the Li family could earn a few more months' worth of bean sprouts. But now, I estimate that in less than 5 days, other restaurants in the city will definitely start selling bean sprouts. It's obviously you who thought of this thing, but it's benefiting others so quickly. Alas." Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Ha ha, Grandfather, this matter hasn't reached the end yet. It's still uncertain who will benefit from who. You just watch carefully. Let's see who will have the last laugh between your grandson and those secret thieves." Yi Guozhong was startled. He who was old and experienced instantly understood that Li Zixuan definitely had a backup plan. He sighed and said, Looks like grandfather has underestimated you. Fine. This old man won't meddle in other people's business. I'll wait outside for your good news. After saying that, the old man hummed a tune and walked away. Lisa Schwan was just about to go to the Drunken Immortal Inn to take a look when he saw Han Yushi walking over with a servant girl following behind her. Husband, are you free now? This concubine has something to tell you. Han Yushi's expression wasn't very good. After coming in front of him, she opened her mouth and said, Wife, if there's anything, just say it. But, husband, why don't we go inside and talk? Han Yushi turned her head and glanced at the servant girl, feeling troubled. Plop. Young madam, there's no need. Lien did something wrong and should be punished. Young madam, you and young master don't have to give Lien any face. Before Lisa Schwan could speak, the servant girl knelt on the ground with a plop, and then kowtowed to Lisa Schwan with tears in her eyes. Lien, After Lisa Schwan heard the name, his heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't change. He pretended to be surprised and said, Madam, what does this mean? What did she do wrong? Han Yushi looked around and wanted to say something, but hesitated. Lien cried and said, Young master, Lien has let you down. I'm sorry, old master, madam. Lien betrayed the Li family. I beg young master to send Lien to the authorities for punishment. Lisa Schwan hurriedly said, Quickly get up. What kind of nonsense is this? Let's go. If there's anything, let's talk in the study. Although there were very few people who came to the place where they were standing now, it didn't mean that there weren't any. At the very least, Lisa Schwan had already heard footsteps approaching, which was why he said that. Chapter 10:24. Young master, that's what happened. Lien has let young master and young madam down. In the study, Lien told Lisa Schwan everything that had happened in Shi City the day before. When she was done, her tears began to flow uncontrollably again. Lisa Schwan said solemnly, That's enough. Stop crying. From what you're saying, you haven't told that person the secret recipe for bean sprouts. Lien shook her head and said, No. At that time, Lien felt sorry for young master and young madam and hoped that woman would help find a doctor to cure my mother's illness. At that time, Lien's heart was in a mess. I really didn't know what to do, so I ran out. They didn't stop you? Lisa Schwan asked again. Lien looked up and replied, No. Oh, no. When Lien wanted to leave at first, 2 men wanted to stop Lien, but they were scolded by that woman and left. But later, Lien was confused by that woman's words, so they didn't stop her. Old master, old madam, young master, and young madam usually treat Lien so well, but Lien's heart wasn't strong enough and almost betrayed young master. I beg young master to send Lien to the authorities for punishment. Han Yushi hurriedly pleaded with Lisa Schwan, Husband, Lien hasn't leaked the secret, so don't punish her. Besides, the reason why she was greedy was because of her filial piety to her mother. Don't send her to the authorities, okay? Woo-woo. Young madam, don't say any more. Lien doesn't have the right for you to plead for mercy. Lien deserves to die. Lien kowtowed to the ground and cried bitterly. Han Yushi lent her money yesterday to buy medicine for her mother, but for a moment, she wanted to betray the Li family. From last night until this morning, the more she thought about it, the more she blamed herself. In the end, when she saw Lisa Schwan return from Yunshan, she finally mustered the courage to surrender. Li Zixuan patted his wife's shoulder and looked at Lien who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "All right, get up. Since you can rein in the horse at the edge of the cliff, what reason do I have to punish you? Get up." "But, young master, enough. Say no more. Just get up when I tell you to. Don't tell me you won't even listen to me." Lien still wanted to say something, but Li Zixuan reprimanded her with a straight face. Thus, Lien hurriedly got up from the ground. Han Yushi's face lit up, and she hurriedly said, "Many thanks, husband." Li Zixuan waved his hand and shook his head as he said, "Lien, although you didn't commit any major mistakes, you should also be punished for minor mistakes. I cannot expel you from the mansion, but you must do something for me to make up for your mistake. You agree?" Lien said with a look of joy. "Lien agrees. As long as young master doesn't chase Lien out, Lien will agree to do anything." Han Yushi looked puzzled, but Li Zixuan smiled and whispered, "How about this? I heard what you said just now. That woman clearly wants to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Go to Shi City again tomorrow and tell that woman that you've thought it through and can give the secret recipe to them." Lien covered her mouth in shock and shook her head desperately. "No, don't. Even if I die, Lien won't betray young master." This silly girl thought that Li Zixuan was deliberately testing her. Li Zixuan said helplessly, "Stupid girl. Young master, naturally have my reasons for letting you do this. Just do as I say. I have a backup plan. You can give the secret recipe to them, but they must give you 1,000 strings of coins in one go. If they don't agree, then you can sell the secret recipe to others. Understand?" Lien saw that Li Zixuan said it in a serious manner and didn't seem to be bluffing her, so she was slightly relieved. However, after hearing Li Zixuan say 1,000 strings of coins, she couldn't help but say, "Young master, if you ask them for 1,000 strings of coins, I'm afraid they won't agree, right?" Li Zixuan smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, this secret recipe is definitely worth 1,000 strings of coins. If they aren't willing to pay you so much money in one go, just say that our manor has been very strict recently. This young master has already sent several spies to the authorities. You plan to take this money and immediately leave this place, so they have to pay you all at once. This way, they should believe you." Lien listened and felt that Li Zixuan's words were very reasonable, so she said, Then, young master, Lien will tell her like this tomorrow. When the time comes, Lien will bring all the money back and give it to young master." Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Don't worry. If you do it well, I will reward you handsomely." "Lien doesn't ask for a reward. I just want to make up for my mistakes. Young master, young madam, Lien will leave first." Lien wiped her tears and then left. In the study, Han Yushi looked at Li Zixuan and finally asked the question in her heart, "Husband, I don't understand why you want Lien to deliberately leak the secret recipe." Li Zixuan stroked his wife's long hair and said with a smile, "I have a backup plan. Wife, just watch carefully." Seeing that Li Zixuan was keeping her in suspense, Han Yushi was too lazy to get to the bottom of it. However, she said worriedly, "But there is a loophole in what husband taught Lien to say just now. If those people go to the authorities to investigate and find out that we haven't sent any servants to the authorities recently, then wouldn't Lien's words be exposed?" Li Zixuan's gaze turned cold and said, "Who said that we haven't sent any servants to the authorities? We'll send them out before dark today." Han Yushi was stunned and immediately understood the meaning in Li Zixuan's words. Her face couldn't help but turn cold. "Husband, you mean, and That's right. There is more than one spy in our residence. After dealing with Lianer's matter, Li Zixuan waited for another 2 servants and 3 servants to surrender in the afternoon. For those who surrendered, Li Zixuan gave them the same instructions as he had for Liener previously. However, according to the information provided by Pang Feiji, there were a total of 12 servants and servants in the residence who had recently been in contact with the outside world. In other words, there were still 6 people who wanted to get away with it. At 5:15 p.m., in the study room, Li Zixuan was half leaning on the armchair. He was resting with his eyes closed, but he suddenly opened them and said to Pang Feiji, "Go, arrest them." Pang Feiji's spirit was lifted. He was finally going back to his old profession. He bowed and cupped his fists, saying loudly, "Yes, Marquis." After saying that, he strode out of the door. Not long after, the entirely residence was in chaos. "Where is Xiaoxi?" "Feeding the horses in the backyard." "Go to the backyard." "That's Xiaoxi. Go, arrest him for me." Hey, Brother Pang, why are you arresting me?" "Humph. Then you should ask yourself. Look after him. The rest of you, follow me to arrest Han Xiaoyang." Chapter 10:25. The next day, the news of the Marquis Yong and sending 6 servants to the capital office for investigation spread like wildfire, causing quite a stir in Chang, and many people did not understand why the usually easygoing Li Zixuan would suddenly make things difficult for a group of servants. This was against the rules, but there were some who had ulterior motives. When they thought of what they had done recently, their hearts sank. Those with backgrounds quickly destroyed the evidence and cut ties with Li Zixuan. Those without backgrounds planned to quickly liquidate the restaurants under their names, pack up their valuables, and flee Chang, and before Li Zixuan came looking for them. However, no one noticed that Han Yushi had brought a few servants and maids back to the Han Manor under the escort of Pang Feiji. "Sai, what should we do now? The Marquis Yong and is now in the royal court, and the military officers in Chang, and are all familiar with him. If he really wants to investigate, it won't be long before he finds me. This is bad." In Yunlai restaurant, Wuzhu Luhui sat on the couch with a frown and sighed. Obviously, he had also heard about the Li residents sending servants to the capital office last night. "Old master, you don't have to worry too much. You didn't show up from the start. No matter how powerful the Marquis Yong and is, he won't find you in a short time." Huji Ingxue consoled. Wuzhu Luhui shook his head and sighed. "This is a matter of time. Just because he didn't find out now doesn't mean he won't find out in the future. I have to consider moving the restaurant to another state capital. What's hateful is that after all our efforts, not only did we not get the bean sprout recipe, we even offended the Marquis Yong and sigh. Old master, madam, the maid from the Marquis residence called, Lien is here again." At this moment, a woman in a long dress walked in and bowed. This Han Chinese woman was Ling Meng, who had come in contact with Lien A trace of panic appeared on Wuzhu Liuhui's face. He subconsciously thought that Lien had brought the Marquis residence's guards to capture him. Huji Ingxue was rather calm. She turned and asked, "Is she alone?" Ling Meng replied, "In reply to Madam, she came alone and is currently at the tea house next door. She said that she has something important to discuss with this servant." Snow Huji's eyes lit up as she said excitedly, "Old master, this maidservant might have thought it through. As long as we get the secret formula from her, we can leave Chang and immediately and head to other counties. We can still make a fortune." Wuzhu Luchu closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said, "All right, Ling Meng, go and get in touch with that maid again. You must get the bean sprout recipe. Since we've offended the Marquis of Eternal Peace, then we can't return empty-handed. Yes, master. A thousand strings of cash. Miss Lien, or are you joking with me? A quarter of an hour later, in a tea-house not far from the cloud-gathering wine shop, Ling Meng heard Lien Er's request. She couldn't help but stare at Lien as if she was looking at a madwoman. I'm not joking. Lien frowned and said, Elder sister, think about it. This bean sprout can bring my young master close to 200 strings of cash every day. If you get it, then it won't be long before you have tens of thousands of strings of cash. I took the risk to come and tell on you. Isn't it reasonable for me to take 1,000 strings of cash? Besides, elder sister, you should have heard about it, right? My young master sent all 6 servants who might have leaked the secret to the authorities yesterday. Fortunately, I came out to buy the medicine that day, with young madam's permission. Otherwise, young master would definitely suspect me. But I definitely don't dare to stay in this Marquis residence. I plan to sell the secret formula, and then take the money to escape Chang. And so if you want the secret formula, not only do you have to give me 1,000 strings of cash, you have to give it all at once. I don't have the time to wait for you to verify the secret formula in Chang and city. Of course, if elder sister thinks it's too expensive, I can find other buyers. After saying that, Lien actually turned to leave. It was obvious that she had nowhere else to go and was in a hurry to cash out and leave the house. Hey, Miss Lien, wait. Ling Meng was shocked and hurriedly said, Elder sister sympathizes with Miss Liener's experience, but 1,000 strings of cash is really too expensive. I'm afraid it's difficult for elder sister to make the decision alone. So, Miss Lien, please wait for a moment. I will discuss with my lord, my husband, before we make a decision. Lien frowned and made a very difficult expression. After a while, she finally nodded and said, All right then. Elder sister, hurry up. I must leave Chang and city today. NN. Don't worry, Miss Lien. Elder sister will be back soon. 1,000 strings of cash. This girl really dares to ask for an exorbitant price. Wuzhu, Lu Hui, and Hu Ji, Snow Cherry, were actually in another wing of the tea house. After Ling Meng reported Lien Er's request to them, Hu Ji sneered and then looked at Wuzhu Lu Hui and suggested, Master, why don't we capture this girl and torture her? When the time comes, we don't have to be afraid that she won't tell us the secret formula. Wuzhu Liu Hui's face darkened, and he waved his hand and said, This is not the time to complicate things. If things get out of hand, I'm afraid we won't even be able to leave Chang and city. Besides, this secret formula is indeed worth 1,000 strings of cash. Hu Ji, Snow Cherry, could not help but say, Master, what if the girl tells us a fake secret formula? Wuzhu Liu Hui's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he sneered, Then if she's heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. But looking at her current situation, it's unlikely that she will come out to deceive others and cause more trouble for herself. Ling Meng, go and promise her that in the afternoon you will send the money to her house. Hand over the money and the secret formula. Ling Meng bowed and said, Yes, master. Similar scenes were happening in different parts of Chang and city today. In the afternoon, around 5 in the afternoon, the 2 servants and 4 maidservants that Li Zixuan sent out all returned with a full load. On this trip, the 6 of them had cheated nearly 8,000 strings of cash because one of them, Wang Xiaojiang, was secretly invited by the Cui family. Towards his old enemy, Li Zixuan showed no mercy and directly asked Wang Xiaojiang to ask for 3,000 strings of cash. The Chui family's duke hated Li Zixuan to the core and wanted to disgust him. Moreover, the income brought by the bean sprouts was indeed considerable. They could earn at least 4,000 to 5,000 strings of cash in a month. Although the Chui family had a large business, if 4,000 to 5,000 strings of cash were to fall on the ground, it was impossible for them not to pick it up. The most important thing was that Wang Xiaojiang was an actor. He even acted as the duke, so he was able to cheat the Chui family of 3,000 strings of cash. According to the information from the 6 servants, Li Zixuan immediately asked Pang Feiji to secretly bring back the 8,000 strings of cash in a carriage from their houses. At this point, the operation to clean up the leakers had finally come to an end, but the operation to punish the leakers had just begun. Chapter 10:26. The Chui family was the most influential force in the operation. The rest of the thieves were mostly self-employed people like Wu Lin, who wanted to make a fortune overnight. Compared with the Chui family, they were nothing more than a bunch of rotten shrimps. But no matter if they were big fish or small shrimps, to Li Zixuan, as long as they provoked him, they would have to pay the price. Not only would these 6 families have to pay a fine of thousands of strings of coins, they would also face a trade blockade from the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce in the future. The next day, Wu Lin and the other secret thieves took the gold and silver that they had packed up yesterday and fled Chang and city. Although Li Zixuan knew about it, he did not stop them. Something worthy of mentioning was that the price of the bond of brothers in the Immortal Indulgence Inn had suddenly dropped greatly from 666 copper coins per serving to 333 copper coins per serving. The extent of the price drop was so great that it caused everyone to be astounded. The number of diners heading to the Drunken Immortal restaurant suddenly increased. When the rich people saw this, they all complained that Manager Liu did not know how to do business. It was fine if he did not raise the price, but he lowered the price instead. This caused more and more people to come to eat, causing them to have to line up for a long time. As for Yanhuang College, the price of the bean sprouts continued to drop from 300 copper coins to 150 copper coins. This time, the children from poor families did not hesitate anymore. They all ran to the cafeteria to order a serving of bean sprouts for themselves and slowly enjoyed it. South of Chang and City East Duke's residence. When Chui Junchuo heard that the price of the Brotherhood connection had dropped, he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. With a gloomy face, he asked, "Has the secret recipe started to be tested yesterday?" A servant beside him replied, reporting to Grand Duke, "The secret recipe has been handed over to our restaurant's manager Wang. They have already started to follow the secret recipe yesterday. It is estimated that it will take another 4 to 5 days for the beans to sprout." Chui Junchuo's heart calmed down. He thought for a while and asked, "Where is that Wang Xiaojiang, who came yesterday? Is there any news about him?" "Grand Duke, I've sent someone to check Wang Xiaojiang's residence today. There's no one inside. It must be as he said. He fled Chang. And yesterday because he was afraid of the Marquis of Yong, Anne's revenge. Actually, the 6 people who turned themselves in yesterday and were sent out by Li Zixuan to cheat money had all been hidden. Naturally, the Chui family couldn't find them. Yes, we have to keep an eye on Li Zixuan's movements. Yes, great-grandfather. This group of people will definitely not have a good ending." Li Zixuan is not an easy person to deal with. Chang and City Yanshou Square, inside a house. Feng Jidai stood on the red attic, looking at the houses in the distance, and sneered. "Second young master, it is clearly the Marquis of Yong. and who is in a passive position. Why do you favor him? The black-faced guard cupped his fists and asked in confusion. Feng Jidai couldn't help but recall the night when Li Er led the civil and military officials to the cloudy mountain to see the moon, and the first time he met Li Zixuan face to face. After a long silence, he said with a complicated expression, Mu, never underestimate Li Zixuan. How can a bunch of mayflies shake this big tree? Others may be narrow-minded, but he is a man who has the universe, the sun, the moon, and the stars in his heart. Feng Jidai added in his heart. Mu scratched his head. He didn't understand why his young master, who was fearless in Lingnan, would immediately cower when he came to Chang and help me buy some brothers' linked hearts. Lingnan really can't compare to Chang. And this is called living. I've even put on some weight recently. Feng Jidai let out a long sigh and said contentedly, although he was a hostage, he didn't have to worry about food and drink here. As long as he didn't leave Chang, and no one would restrict his freedom. He had good food and wine every day, and he was so happy that he forgot about home. Yes, young master. On the first day of the bean sprouts price reduction, Yanhuang College and Drunken Immortal sold a total of 2,500 gene of bean sprouts. The Li family's remaining soybeans could only produce 7,000 gene of bean sprouts. In other words, it could only support the consumption for 3 days. However, Li Zixuan still didn't have any intention of buying soybeans. But if someone paid attention, they might notice that many farmers had entered the city to buy large amounts of soybeans. On the second day, the price of bean sprouts was slightly reduced again. At Drunken Immortal, it went from 333 copper coins to 300 copper coins. At Yanhuang College, it went from 150 copper coins to 130 copper coins. There was no doubt that the number of customers at Drunken Immortal was even greater. The road from the Drunken Immortal Inn to the entrance of the Western Market was completely packed. Fortunately, Li Zixuan had opened a few branches of the Drunken Immortal Inn in Chang and City. Otherwise, the main branch of the Drunken Immortal Inn would have been overcrowded. On the third day, the price of bean sprouts at Drunken Immortal dropped to 280 copper coins. At Yanhuang College, it went down to 110 copper coins. The once glorious bean sprouts that only the rich could enjoy suddenly became not so unattainable. Ordinary people could still squeeze out enough money to eat a plate of bean sprouts. However, while the commoners were happy, East County Duke Chui Junchuo couldn't be happy. This bastard lowered the price of bean sprouts so low. How can the Chui family make money when the bean sprouts are released? When will we be able to recoup the cost of 3,000 copper coins? When Chui Junchuo heard the news, he couldn't help but smash vases and teacups in his residence. Everyone in the Chui family was in danger. Li Zixuan couldn't care less about the Chui family situation. He was leisurely carrying out his plan. On the fourth day, the price of bean sprouts at Drunken Immortal dropped to 200 copper coins. At Yanhuang College, it went down to 100 copper coins. The people of Chang and couldn't help but feel happy. In the past, only the imperial family could eat fresh vegetables during winter. Now, they could eat a serving for 200 copper coins. This was too happy. However, on this day, the Li family's bean sprouts were all used up. If Drunken Immortal wanted to sell Brother Connected Heart, in the future, they could only buy it from elsewhere or ask shopkeeper Lu to make it himself. When shopkeeper Lu first heard the news, he couldn't help but be anxious. However, Li Zixuan only said one word to him, buy. At that time, he really wanted to cry, because where would he go to buy something like that? But on the second day, a miracle happened. Shopkeeper Lu, I have more than 50 kilograms of bean sprouts. You want them? If you do, I can sell them to you at a cheaper price. That morning, when the door of Drunken Immortal opened, a burly man carrying a basket came in. It was Hu Hanyun from the Han family village. Shopkeeper Lu recognized him and was shocked. He said in disbelief, "Old Hu, it's you? No, why do you have so many bean sprouts?" Chapter 1027, She City Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Shopkeeper Lu, you don't know? I thought you knew. He he he. Hu Hanyan scratched his head and chuckled at the shocked Shopkeeper Lu. Shopkeeper Lu's face darkened. What do I know? Is there something I should know? Hurry up and tell me. Old Hu, you. Shopkeeper Lu was about to ask when a few more villagers came in. Some were from the Han village, some were from Plum village, and some were unfamiliar to him. Shopkeeper Lu, do you want bean sprouts? I have more than 25 kilograms here. They're fresh. I have 70 kilograms here. Shopkeeper Lu, do you want some? While listening to the villagers shouting and yelling, Shopkeeper Lu seemed to have understood something. He looked at Old Hu and asked uncertainly, Old Hu, did young master teach you all the methods of growing bean sprouts? At this point, it seemed that this was the only reasonable explanation. Old Hu nodded and said, yes, young master told young madam to teach us the method of growing bean sprouts 4 days ago. After the villagers bought the beans, they didn't go anywhere and just stayed at home to grow bean sprouts. As soon as the bean sprouts grew, we sent them to you. No matter what, we're young master's villagers, so we have to prioritize the needs of Drunken Immortal Restaurant and Yanhuang College. Shopkeeper Lu suddenly understood. No wonder Li Zishuan was so calm when he looked for him yesterday, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Good, good, good. This old man was worried about where to buy bean sprouts. Old. Who, you guys come in. Drunken Immortal Restaurant wants all these bean sprouts. Shopkeeper Lu stroked his beard and laughed. Old Hu and the others picked all the bean sprouts and brought them in. These villagers knew how to repay kindness. They knew that Drunken Immortal Restaurant was the Li family's business, so they only sold the bean sprouts to Shopkeeper Lu for 25 copper coins per kilogram. Shopkeeper Lu felt bad about it and raised the price by 5 copper coins per kilogram. According to their original plan, they only sold the bean sprouts for 20 copper coins per kilogram. Hey, Old Hu, Marquis really treats us well. Just by selling this batch of bean sprouts, I'll be able to make at least half a year's worth of money. On the cement road back to the Han village, a villager from the Liujia village couldn't help but sigh to Old Hu. Old Lu, of course, young master treats his family's farmers well. After you've been with young master for a long time, you'll naturally know how good young master is. Old Hu smiled faintly. Hey, how much do you think the bean sprouts would fetch if they were sold to other restaurants? Someone in the crowd said this, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Hu Hanyan's expression changed. He stopped in his tracks. Seeing that there was no one else around, he said with a sullen face, a person must have a conscience. Old Hu had only moved to the Han family manor over 20 years ago. Previously, I had experienced who knows how many main families in other places. But which main family didn't King think about how to suck everyone's blood? Old Hu, dare to say that there isn't a main family that treats us as sincerely as young master. You may not know how valuable this method of growing bean sprouts is, but I heard 2 days ago that the Chui family offered 3,000 strings of cash to buy this secret recipe. But what about young master? Young master didn't ask us for a single copper coin and directly taught us this method. Now that we've distributed the bean sprouts, other restaurants may indeed buy them at a higher price. But Marquis treats us like this, yet you want to sell the bean sprouts to others just to earn a few copper coins. Don't you feel guilty? Hu Hanyan, will put the ugly words out here today. If any of these 8 villages dare to sell bean sprouts to other restaurants without permission, Old Hu, will be the first to go to their house and break their legs. Whether you report it to the authorities or ask someone to take revenge, I'll accept it. But if this kind of situation happens again in the future, I'll definitely beat you up. Unless the Drunken Immortal House and Yanhuang College get enough bean sprouts, then we can sell them to other restaurants. But the price can't be lower than what we sell to the Drunken Immortal House. Old, whose words were powerful and resonating, the dozen or so villagers in front of him all became serious after hearing this. Second Master Lu stepped forward and fiercely hammered Old Hu's chest. Then he shouted to the crowd, "What little Hu said is correct. There are some things that young Master doesn't care about, and he won't tell us. But since we've received young Master's kindness, we can't disappoint young Master. Lu Wanshan, will definitely not allow anyone to go back on their word." Right. Lu Mang, will definitely not allow anyone to go back on their word. Marquis brought us to live a good life, so we must repay Marquis. As a person, we can't lose our conscience. Second Master Lu was a well-known figure in the surrounding villages. With him saying this, who would dare to not believe him? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Mang of the Liujia village quickly stood up and agreed. He sold more than 100 caddies of bean sprouts today and earned more than 2,000 copper coins. After deducting the cost of buying soybeans, his net profit was more than 2 strings of coins. When Li Zishuan encouraged the villagers to build greenhouses, he couldn't afford to build greenhouses. Now, he didn't expect that just selling bean sprouts once would be enough for him to build 3 or 4 greenhouses. Happiness came too quickly. He was planning to first return the 500 copper coins he borrowed from Li Zishuan and then build 2 greenhouses. Next year, he would definitely have enough money to send his children to school. Therefore, he had now become one of Li Zishuan's staunchest supporters. Old Hu and Second Master Lu are right. In the future, our bean sprouts must be sold to the Drunken Immortal House and Yanhuang College first. I agree. This is a must. The rest of the villagers followed behind Lu Mang and voiced their agreement. Second Master Lu nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Also, all of you, when you go back, keep your mouths shut. Also, keep your wives' mouths shut. Although the young master didn't tell us to keep it a secret, the less people from the other villages know about the bean sprouts, the more money we can earn. If everyone knows about it, the bean sprouts will definitely be sold at a cheaper price." Old Hu agreed and said, "Yes, keep your mouths shut, just like the greenhouses. No matter who comes to the village, don't let them see it. Also, don't mention this to the other villages. If you do, you'll be destroying everyone's rice bowls." That's right. Whoever says it will feel bad for all of us. Yes, we must keep it a secret. Under the mobilization of Old Hu and Second Master Lu's propaganda, the villagers of the 8 villages smoothly formed an alliance of interests and agreed to keep the secret. In Chang, and the Drunken Immortal House's brotherhood connection continued to be popular. But today, there was a disruptor. The Chui family's restaurant in the Eastern Market also introduced a dish similar to the brotherhood connection. They directly called it stir-fried bean sprouts. The price was still reasonable, 190 copper coins per serving. It was 10 copper coins cheaper than the Drunken Immortal House's brotherhood connection price yesterday. Why was it yesterday's price? Because today, the Drunken Immortal House's brotherhood connection price was lowered by 10 copper coins. Therefore, the 2 prices were the same. It wasn't that the Chui family didn't want to lower the price, but the price they paid for the secret recipe was too high. They had to get the original price back first, right? Otherwise, when the bean sprouts were overflowing in the future, the price would be even lower and the profit margin would be even smaller. Obviously, after experiencing Li Zixuan's indiscriminate bombardment these days, Cui Junchuo had already predicted the future trend of the price of bean sprouts. However, he didn't expect that Li Zixuan would secretly teach the method of making bean sprouts to the farmer. As a result, the price of bean sprouts in Chang and city would fall at an even faster rate. What? There are people selling bean sprouts in the Western market and the Eastern market, in the Eastern Duke's mansion, south of Chang and city. When Cui Junchuo heard the news, his heart sank. At this time, he completely understood that he had been tricked by Li Zixuan. Yes, great-grandpa, they should be villagers outside the city. Each of them has a lot of bean sprouts. The servant of the Cui family bowed and said, "Villagers? How could they know the secret recipe of bean sprouts? Did you find out which village they came from?" Cui Junchuo's face was gloomy. Although the Cui family was rich, they wouldn't ignore such a profitable business like bean sprouts. Moreover, the current situation was very obvious. The Cui family had been cheated by Li Zixuan for a whole 3,000 strings of coins. As a top aristocratic family, how could he tolerate this? "I think I saw a villager from Plum Village. I don't know the rest." The servant replied. Today, shopkeeper Liu had bought more than 2,000 caddies of bean sprouts from the villagers. If he bought more, the drunken immortal restaurant wouldn't be able to eat it all. Therefore, the remaining villagers were either sent to other restaurants to sell or brought to the Western market and the Eastern market to sell. After the other restaurants bought the bean sprouts, they hurriedly asked their chefs to study the method of making bean sprouts. They planned to join the ranks of selling bean sprouts tomorrow. When the people of Chang and city saw the villagers selling bean sprouts, they would usually buy 2 caddies of bean sprouts so that their wives could try it. If this continued, the number of people eating bean sprouts in the restaurants would decrease greatly. The sales of bean sprouts in the restaurants would definitely not be as prosperous as in the drunken immortal restaurant. It could be said that the most popular stage of the bean sprouts business had passed. All that was left was the soup, and the meat in the soup had all been scooped up by Li Zixuan. Damn. Plum Village. Damn it. This brat is so ruthless. He actually resorted to a life and death struggle move. This is so infuriating. Cui Junchuo immediately understood when he heard Plum Village. He slammed the teacup on the table onto the ground and said angrily, "Life and death struggle? No. Grandfather, you might have misunderstood. This is not called a life and death struggle. It should be called a courageous retreat." Yongla Lane, Li Residence, West Courtyard. When Yi Guozhong heard that the Hanjiazwang, Plum Village, Lujiazwang, and several other villages had started selling bean sprouts in the East and West cities today, he subconsciously felt that Li Zixuan was using the method of killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own men to take revenge on the Cui family for stealing the secret. In the end, both families would not be able to earn any money if they fought to the death. Therefore, he came to the West Courtyard to ask Li Zixuan what he was thinking. Li Zixuan laughed when he heard that. "What do you mean by a courageous retreat? I think you're just being stubborn. Sigh, you youngsters are so impetuous and easily let your emotions affect your decisions." Yi Guozhong shook his head and sighed. Li Zixuan could only patiently explain, "Grandfather, think about it carefully. Since the first day the drunken immortal restaurant started selling bean sprouts, our residence has earned a total of more than 2,000 strings of coins. together with the 8,000 strings of coins that the Chui family stole from us, it adds up to more than 10,000 strings of coins. The little bean sprouts brought in more than 10,000 strings of coins in less than 10 days. Grandfather, do you really think it's a loss? Previously, I've already said that even if the servants in the residence did not leak the secret recipe, the people outside would definitely be able to figure out the method to grow bean sprouts in 1 or 2 months. At that time, we might not even be able to earn 10,000 strings of coins. Now, not only have we maximized the income of the bean sprouts in the shortest time possible, but we have also cleaned up the disloyal servants in the residence. No matter how you look at it, I don't think I've suffered a loss. Yi Guozhong secretly nodded when he heard that. In the end, he laughed and said, "You really are a sly fox. Those people in the Chui family provoked you. They're really unlucky." After saying that, he smiled comfortably and turned around to leave. At the gate of the courtyard, Father Li suddenly understood. He patted his chest and quickly left before Yi Guozhong came over. He had also heard the news and wanted to come over to ask his son what he was thinking. However, when he walked to the gate of the courtyard, he found that Yi Guozhong was also there. He stopped and stood at the gate of the courtyard to eavesdrop. Although Yi Guozhong was usually kind to Li Zishuan, that was because of the generational gap effect. Grandfathers usually doted on their grandsons, but for his son-in-law, it was already good enough that he didn't reprimand him. This stinking brat, he likes to hide things from his old man now, causing this old man to worry. For nothing, Li Jingmao muttered. Although there was a reprimand in his words, why did his tone sound like he was happy that his son had become more mature? Whether it was a life and death struggle or a courageous retreat, it was just a small business worth a few tens of thousands of strings of cash. Li Zishuan didn't take it to heart. He had always been concerned about how his technology tree was growing. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan left Chang and went to Chi Chu Gu Workshop in Mei Village. The first thing he saw was a bustling scene. There were people coming and going in the workshop, and the west side of the courtyard had already been set up. There were many pipes on the ground, and in the middle of the pipes, there was a prototype of a furnace. Faubert was gesturing with a group of blacksmiths about something. Li Zishuan stood a distance away and did not disturb them. After a while, Faubert finished talking to the blacksmiths and walked towards Li Zishuan. "Young master, you are here?" "Yes. Faubert, the progress is not bad. I estimate that in less than a month, the ironworks will be able to start smelting iron, right?" Li Zishuan looked around and said with satisfaction, "Haha, almost there. We have a lot of experienced blacksmiths in our workshop, and the construction of the furnace will only be faster. Now, we just need to see when Xiaobing will be able to transport the platinum ores back." Chapter 1028. Is there still no news from Xiaobing? Strange Taste Pavilion's new workshop. Li Zishuan looked at Faubert and asked, speaking of which, as the owner, he was not responsible at all. A few days ago, after he gave the blueprint of the ironworks to Faubert, he basically did not ask about it anymore. It was not because he was lazy, but because of the sprouts and the spies in Chang, and which took up a lot of his energy. "Young master, that guy sent a message back 2 days ago, saying that he had found the bauxite you wanted in Shoa province. He should be sending a batch back in 2 days." Faubert replied with a smile. He had received the news from Fubin and wanted to report it to Li Zishuan, but he had heard about the recent turmoil in Chang'an City, so he gave up the idea. He wanted to wait until Li Zishuan was free to tell him. Li Zishuan was happy to hear that. He was secretly glad that his memory was not wrong, but he felt sorry for his old classmate. He had dug up his family's bauxite more than 1,000 years in advance. Just take it as a continuation of the glory of the Chinese people in the world. Old classmate, the bauxite that your family contributed is very meaningful, Li Zixuan muttered in his heart, and then said to Faubert, well, after the bauxite from Shuo province is shipped back, we will start firing the refractory cement that Faubert and I talked about previously. If there are any problems, send someone to call me at any time. The so-called refractory cement could be divided into aluminate cement, low-calcium aluminate cement, calcium-magnesium aluminate cement, and dolomite refractory cement. At present, the easiest cement to fire was aluminate cement, which was mainly made of bauxite and limestone. It was calcined to produce a clinker, with calcium aluminate as the main component, and alumina content of about 50%. After that, it was ground into a hydraulic cementitious material, which was called refractory cement. The refractory temperature of refractory cement was generally more than 1,580 degrees Celsius. So in modern society, refractory cement was often used as the lining of some high-temperature kilns and some high-temperature projects that were eroded by the atmosphere and rain for a long time. Faubert nodded and replied, "No problem." When he had asked Li Zixuan for the blueprint, Li Zixuan had already told him the formula and production method of refractory cement. The workshop was no longer the same as before and had accumulated a lot of technology. So Faubert felt that it should not be difficult to fire refractory cement. Li Zixuan took out 2 blueprints from his arms and handed them to Faubert. He said, "Faubert, I want to make 2 things recently. One is a furnace, and the other is a mold. The structure is not very complicated. You can just ask the craftsman to help me make 2 of them." Faubert took them suspiciously and roughly glanced at them. He roughly understood what Li Zixuan wanted to make. He couldn't help but ask, "Young master, this furnace is very delicate, especially the ventilation performance of this thing. It's better than the furnaces we use now. But this mold, if you use this mold to make something, won't it be like a hornet's nest with holes everywhere? What do you want to use it for, young master?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Faubert, what do you think of using it to shape coal powder?" The coal mold that he provided to Faubert was the kind of modern handmade honeycomb coal mold that was used for pressing connecting rods. Many children in the city might not have seen this kind of thing before, but Li Zixuan in his previous life had not only seen it, but also used it. When he was young, his family was poor. His father tried all kinds of ways to earn money in order to provide for him and his sisters to go to school. There was no need to talk about the way to earn money. Other ways included fishing, selling dried fish, helping others build houses, and even going to the streets to sell his art when he was not in the fields. When he was 6 years old, his father bought 2 trucks of raw coal from somewhere. It was the kind of coal that was the size of a football. It was probably just dug out from a coal mine. After that, his family began to rely on making honeycomb coal to earn money. At that time, he was still quite sensible. Every day after school, he would help his parents make honeycomb coal. The children in the countryside were not so delicate. Those handmade honeycomb coal molds were almost as tall as him. But at that time, he also knew that his family was poor. If he did not work, he might not even be able to go to school. So even though his hands were blistered, he continued to work. Later, after making honeycomb coal for 2 years, his family did not continue to do it. Because the efficiency of manual labor was too low, they did not earn much money. But it was also because of that experience that Li Zixuan was very familiar with the honeycomb coal mold. He could even draw it with his eyes closed. To put it simply, it was a bit similar to a syringe without a needle. Ground coal, mixed with yellow mud, was stuffed into the mold, compacted, and then pushed out by the piston and dried to form the mold. The only difference was that the piston at the end of the honeycomb coal mold's push rod was very different from the piston of a syringe. The piston was made up of two parts. One part was about 12 iron pillars of equal diameter and height. The other part was an iron plate with the same number, diameter, and distribution as the iron pillars. The iron plate with holes was embedded in the iron pillars, and the push rod was connected to the iron plate. In this way, when the slime was stuffed into the mold, it would cause the iron plate to move up with the connecting rod. And because of the existence of the circular iron pillars, there would be holes in the slime. Finally, when the connecting rod pushed out the slime in the mold, the honeycomb-shaped coal would be obtained. The principle was very simple. Faubert was considered an expert in engineering. When he heard this, he frowned and thought for a while. Finally, he shook his head and said, "I understand. Young master wants to make the shape of the coal into a honeycomb shape, so that the coal can burn more easily. This is indeed a very good idea. But has young master ever thought that even if the coal is ground into coal powder, there is no adhesion between them? It is very difficult to stick together." Lisa Schwann gave a thumbs up and praised. "Faubert has good eyesight. Ha ha. This coal powder is indeed as you said, there is no adhesion. But we can add something sticky to it to make it stick together. In this way, we can create honeycomb-shaped coal, together with the stove on the other paper. Faubert, do you think it will be very convenient for us to boil water in the future?" Faubert couldn't help but be startled. He finally understood that the two drawings that Lisa Schwann gave him were actually used together. He thought for a while, and after a while he said with a face full of admiration, "Young master is really a genius. This kind of wonderful idea. Even if I were 40 years younger, I am afraid I would not be able to come up with it." You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.